Sorry about that. Just doing something. What the fuck is the Discord audio? All right. Cool. That doesn't seem correct. All right. So a little drop down to 38 recovery. That's not VIX. VIX up, beyond down. QQQ dropping. Why can't Upstart make up its mind? I don't know. What's it doing? Interesting. Give it a minute. Wait till the morning shit shakes out. It's below gamma neutral now, so it may like come back up and retest it, but it doesn't look super great. It's let's see. Auxiliary charts. All right. Check out the deltas. Decent ramp down to about 40. Kind of dwindles off around here, so any additional selling is going to have to be new positions coming in or short puts closing. Let's see, we're like right at the bear confirm line for ES. This is a pretty important level. This is like $3 below gamma neutral on the weekly. Good morning, Trash. Doing something like yelling at unpaid intern devs. No, I was trying to get my new toaster oven to work, and then I made a coffee. Isn't it illegal for VIX to be this high? Yes. Yes, it is. No, it's not an air fryer, but it does have a steam function. In case I ever want to make tiny baguettes. Yeah, calls are a little expensive right now. think they'll stabilize here and push back into the expected range. Well, they better because they just lost gamma neutral. Otherwise, we go for gamma neutral on the monthly, which is down at like 4,700. What's up, Knight? My puts print? Is this going to be my first and last green day this year? Morning, Gherk. I'm hungover and letting the cold water from my bidet run for 5 minutes helps the senses. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it will. Happy New Year, Maeve. Happy New Year's from Rome. Glad ES lost 48-20. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey man, I just want to say thank you for everything. Portfolio was up 30% 2023. Very excited for what 2024 has in store. I keep tuning in and learning. Thanks, STD Slot Machine. Also, congratulations. Nice returns. How's IWM doing today? Much better. It's kind of holding up. Russell's down 32. Is Russell bouncing? Okay. I wonder if I should go long IWM right now. Reported 35. That may not last. It's still kind of bearish. That's still kind of bearish. That's very bearish. All right. What is it, Carl? Ooh, new FTD stuff. Cool. Damn, Beyond's a piece of shit. Happy New Year, DZ. Happy New Year, all. May your portfolios be green in 2024. Thanks, Acer. Happy New Year. You're terrible. My port is down 700% today alone. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this year. I'm scared of the market, as one probably should always be. Got any more CSPs stocks for Pickles picks? Just a CSP stock? I have a couple I haven't written up yet, but I'm not sure I like them for CSPs today, given the price is dropping. Hmm. These are excellent questions. Anything stable through this? No, I don't particularly have any in mind right now. Usually you don't want to sell CSPs into a downturn. Happy first trading day of the new year. I couldn't think of a better virtual space to hang out in. Thanks for everything. Thanks, Crypto. I appreciate it, man. More DMs, Carl? I don't know. Same number of DMs. Options, puts. Let's see. ES is starting to lose the 4780 level. Testing 4775 right now. And then see the next supports at 4765. So about $10 range to the downside here. Or no bulls. Is that your Vega risk? Get fucked. PMI. Oh, how bad? 1 second. I'll just check. Not too bad of a miss, but yeah, a miss. Like construction spending at 10, that's not going to be as important, but it's kind of important. 30. Mm. Should buy a call here in case this bounces. The test, yeah. I can cut one. What the fuck is going on? Siri doesn't want to give up 550. Is it the new Nokia? The borrow rate on it's kind of fun. Sorry, Edwin. Yeah, today's just like a really. I mean, there's a few, but risky. Yield, but don't mind assignment. A nice stock, if you will. Uh, Maybe something like energy or commodities focused that's doing okay today. Rig might have some nice CSPs or BTU. I would think like small cap energy or commodity focused might be a little safer. AMKBY coming back down anytime soon? I don't know. But I sold most of mine already. Probably not if shipping rates are going to go up. Chances of put capitulation turning this, or is that too far gone? Well, the problem is put capitulation right now. There's no buyer for the dip, right? What about Tesla? Why is everyone fucking short Tesla? It's retesting 248. Tesla doesn't really get more bullish unless it falls, or bearish unless it falls below 238, and above 248 it's kind of bearish. My Netflix put is already up pretty significantly. It'll be my last day trade. What am I supposed to do with the rest of the day? You got a bunk? I love sleeping in, waking up, and furiously debugging code. I think I need a coffee. Yeah, you might. I scalped 10%. 2024 is going to be bitchin'. Nice, man. Already got enough BTU, but yeah, look at rig, thanks. No problem, Edwin. Or look at better energy options like ZOM or Chevron, Valero, maybe Oxy. You look into Riley anymore? It's insanely illiquid and like 60% short. I mean, I saw it. Just because something's like shorted doesn't mean it's worth buying. I see that it's running a bit today. I don't know if that's good for them. Eh. Was beyond spike expected FTD covering? Yeah, I think so. Oh, I don't like Zim. You know Zim's based in Israel, right? Like it's probably a lot higher risk than literally any other shipper. Some of the sheets are in the wash, so it's out of commission for at least a few hours. All right, well, you're gonna have to get your keyboard dirty, but you know what to do. Thoughts on Beyond? What about it? It's getting shorted pretty hard today, or it was. Yeah, it's down about 5%. I expect it to be shorted. I mean, that's kind of my expectation for it over the next couple of weeks till the liquidity starts to turn around again. Friday was fun, but that's not going to be a constant thing. Booking, great call on the puts, up almost 50%. Nice, dude. We gotta get a fucking bounce or a drop here somewhere, right? We're not just gonna trade at 47.30 all day, are we? A pretty decent amount of call buying going on. I think I'll set a stop on the put. I want to get stopped out of this. 550, 540. Well, that answers my question. Mm-hmm. Oh shit, my straddle puts. Okay. Looking like 47.30 all day. Looking like we're bouncing here, actually. I don't know how much range this will have. I would say maybe a test back at 50. Which still doesn't give us a full gap fill, but a little bit of one. Tesla moving back above 250 is bullish. Riot's up 5% today. That's interesting. It's still up 5%, huh? $47.50 is like a way better time to buy that back, I think. Hmm. 1650 calls. All right, there's the VIX shorting. There's a lot of VIX to short, so be careful on the bounce. You re-entering Neo or waiting? Waiting. Glad I backed out of it though. A fucking Tup's back above $2. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's just kind of flat. Never mind. Oh, that's weird. Okay. The fucking IWM did bounce. I should have gone long on that. Son of a bitch. Whatever. Are we filling the gap? Maybe some of it. I don't know if we'll fill all of it. We could. We could potentially fill all of it. And that would put us pretty flat for the day, which was kind of my expectation anyway. But this morning's sell-off was a bit of a surprise. I would say we could see like I don't know, 60 50 60 to the upside. Yeah, there's construction data, construction spending at 10. I mean, I don't know if either data set today is that important, but construction spending month over month is down, which isn't great for home builders. It won't be as impactful as like new home sales, but it does matter. Well, SPX correction was awesome. See you in 2025, Bears. Sometimes puts went long at the bottom, but then stopped out on the second test. Right idea, just need a bit more breathing room next time. This is one price on the chain, but if you open the order entry, it's a different price. Just change it to the price on the chain if you're running into that. Ooh, uptick in vol. Okay, there's the dip buying. Let's check out futures. Okay, futures is finding some support on the bear confirm, which is usually when you find support on one of the downside confirms, you want to you kind of want to look to the opposite direction, right? So, like, if you get resistance at the bear signal or the bear confirm, you know, usually that means a bounce back. Obviously, some sort of risk management is in order because, you know, that can fail. And this is not a bear, like a bullish setup, but something to pay attention to. Options prices weird. Still some Neo 750 CSP for 222. Okay. All right. Well, I don't dislike that. So if breadth fails to come in here, NQ is down like 150 basis points right now. So Dow and Russell really need to come in and support this. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to get a very good run. I think we've got a little bit more range. We really want to find support here. Kind of at the EMA to push higher to 50. We do have a little bit, but more would be better. More support here would be better. Let's see what's going on with positioning. No, still a lot of call buying. Not a lot of put selling, though. That's going to be a problem. The market maker is selling on the downside. So, realized vol is going to pick up. Let's see. Higher low. I just realized I only have to stare at these synth long rad CQ positions for 2 more years. Almost there. MSTR up $100. That's ridiculous. Oh, what did I want to keep my eye on today? It was Riot. Where the fuck is Riot? What's BTC doing? BTC got that fucking almost nailed that 4600 test. That's pretty bullish. 1650. Buy a couple of these. T is running. Any upper resistance to pay attention to? Yeah, there's a couple that matter. 1734 is a big one. Not after that, kind of cup and handle. So might just keep going, frankly. Speaking of which, yeah, I do have upstart gamma neutral. Give me a second. Upstart GM. Gamma neutral on upstart's 4111. Delta neutral's 32. So a little bit of support or retest in this range isn't unexpected. Could Bulls afford to buy enough dip without the MM? I'm not sure, actually. They need to kind of buy it all the way back up to 4770-ish. That's gonna be tough. Is Uber looking like a decent short? I don't know. I haven't looked at their stock in a really long time. The gap down's nice. Obviously. 3 days of sell off there. Probably does. It's a bit chasey. I don't have current data on it. So I'm not entirely sure. Actually, hold on. Maybe I do. I really don't know where support is there. I guess it would have been there. No. There. I'll let you know in a minute. Check the motherfucking son of a bitch. This is bullshit, Zork. Take your time, Greg. I just want to get better and getting less chasey. I mean, an Uber short at this point is a bit chasey. It's gapped down like 3 days in a row, but it may be far from over. The fuck is Riot doing? God damn it. What should it hit in pre-market? 1750? I don't feel like I'm playing a crazy range on it or anything. So you're gonna pick up 1 at 80? Ah, there we go. 4601 on Uber. So it just got rejected off of Gamma Max. Below 59 gets a little bit more bearish. Then you're looking at 46 after that. It's quite a wide range there. Hey, I got the fill. A little bit of support coming in on SPX again. Really trying to find some support here. A very, very weak bear flag recovery. Still a bit of future support at 47.80, but not a lot. The 5-minute might be getting a little bit more bearish here. Yeah, momentum's kind of mixed. So this might actually have a little bit more room to the downside away from the trend before recovering. I still think we see a bit of a recovery today, but it might take some time. There's without a doubt a shitload of call buying still going on. Oh, did I get another fill? Alright, cool. I'm gonna set those to close out at, let's see, stop 70. Vol moving up. This feels ruggy. It could be. The Bulls are trying really, really hard to turn it around, but put interest is growing. I think this has gone on long enough that it's got its own little thing happening here. Do do do. I think 50, but it's it's definitely a toss up. Yeah, failing this breakout's not good if they do fail it. Because it doesn't matter so much on futures, but it kind of matters on SPX. Okay, cool. I caught the bounce. It's gonna let me fucking close this or what? Yeah, damn it. Oh. Any word for retail who drank the bull's Kool-Aid? Which Kool-Aid? Like, what did you drink the Kool-Aid on? I still have some HE shares. Utilities have been doing pretty well, so it's been rebounding a bit. I'm not getting rid of them, but um I'm still targeting like I don't know, 16, 20, somewhere in there. Just bullish retail? Well, like you went long like GME or something? TTSH. Well, you got 70% since November. You might want to think about scaling or selling calls or something. Not that it can't recover more, but I mean that's a pretty decent price improvement, and given the historical pricing of the company, uh, I mean, I get if you're just like buy and hold, maybe just consider selling some covered calls and seeing if things continue to improve. Although their earnings don't look like they're getting much better, neither do their margins. But I'm sure you know more about it than I do. How does Abercrombie look? Man, my fucking sister bought Abercrombie like 3 years ago, and I was like, "Why are you buying that shit stock?" And then it's up like 400%. I'm not sure shorting it's a great idea. It's basically just gone fucking parabolic. You have a sister? Yeah, we've been over this. You have two siblings. Vic staying flat is interesting. Not particularly. It doesn't look good. Bull's gonna fail here or what? Options are getting priced down hard. Left a gap. They're not shorting VIX off of 14, which is a problem. BTC is continuing to dump. Let's see. And Tootsie Roll's up 2.8% today. Don't tell Doric. So bears are pulling it back to 47.30. Bulls are trying to push it above 40. It's still not enough put selling. Plenty of put buying. Nobody said Tootsie Roll. Unless you show us the authentic Persian birth certificates, you don't really have any siblings. What's it like knowing your sister is a better investor than you? Rough. This was like right after the COVID crash. And she was like, I'm gonna buy it because I still get dressed at home. And apparently everyone did that. Everyone was just getting dressed at home. They weren't going anywhere. They were still getting dressed up. It's okay. It's only up 515% since then. That's silly. I had a job interview last week and I still wore sweats to that. What's the longest you went without showering during the COVID lockdown? Oh, like no more than a couple days. I can't. Yeah. Gross. Maybe like 2 days. Meta dumping quite a bit as it slowly loses leap call delta. Very slowly. Alright, stopped out of riot. That was a bad choice. What's GME doing? Snap. Snap's down hard today. Ooh, Express is up. Go you. Tesla's about to lose 48 again. Nvidia might be getting close to losing 75. $32. So if we lose the downside here, That's kind of bearish. Market momentum's getting slaughtered. This may just be a day for the bears. It's very close for comfort. SPX put volume is pretty well spread out down to 4,700. Yeah, it is. I mean, it weakens pretty substantially as it approaches 4,700, but it's definitely fleshed out down to 4,720. The question is that full port 4720 or 4700p? No. Where did that fill? Okay. This is kind of its last shot. How's Upstart doing? Rejected before retesting GN. Fuck is it? There it is. Okay. Upstart's recovery is not looking so hot. 4750. Alright. I think if this bounce doesn't yield any results, I'm gonna cut the calls. Oh, this isn't looking better. Fuck, that's a tough choice. Why did the meme ETF get delisted? Probably because it got raided by volatility sellers and never made any money. VIX at 14 must be a problem for someone. It is, but that doesn't mean it's not going to go above 14. Speaking of which, they really need to short the fuck out of VIX if they want this to pump. Right now, getting more put buying than anything else. At least the 4730 is a bit cheaper. Yeah, failing that breakout was bad news. Firm's down 6% today. TQQQ down 5. Netflix down 3, Microsoft 2, Apple's down 3.5%. Holy shit. Okay. So if we get back above like 33 here, we could stabilize to the upside. But if we don't regain it, this is going to get worse. See, that looks bearish as fuck. It's breaking above 14. Still feeling pretty good about Beyond. I mean, yeah, I feel fine about it. I'm still waiting to buy more of it. Made some good money on the run on Friday. Last Friday. Well, shit. What? Apple stock downgraded as Barclays warns on cooling iPhone demand. Yeah, they also have the sale of their Apple Watches blocked right now. Any thoughts on the 1 month yield last night? It's usually not a good sign. A little bit of a recovery there. This is probably a terrible idea to trade this more, but the put buying just is not decreasing. Building up quite the ramp. Riley MOASS. I don't know if I would call $3 MOASS, but it's moving. It's not like any of the shorts are at risk there yet, though. JFresh called like 2% down for the by the end of the week, I think. Where's support for Neo right now? 830. Um, hmm. 786. Roughly. Maybe a little lower. 780. Now they're shorting vol. Oh, fucking chop. Maybe I should have just trusted the calls. That's a hard bounce. All right. Apple Watch Band was lifted and are back at the store. Interesting. I thought that case was ongoing still. TLT is about to go to Pound Town. Not good for this bounce. No, it's not. Still not a lot of volume on futures, though. Yeah, I know. Firm's down a lot today. They're blowing up the ask on puts again. Yeah, they're trying to short the vol, but they're not getting the support from the MM that they normally do, right? Because we're below GN. How important is it to be able to trade in the pre-market just straddles on SPX? It's not super important. I didn't really need to cut the the pre-market side of the straddle. I mean, the put side was up more than enough. Actually, you tend to make less money on days where there's bigger moves unless they're really big. Overall, because you usually just blow up the other side of the straddle. Well, you still make returns because you're way outside of the range where you wouldn't see any returns. But yeah, I would say that more often than not on bigger moves you make less unless it's a really really big move. In which case you don't care, right? You're just out the call premium. Speaking of TLT, I sold all of mine above 100 because you mentioned protecting the downside December 28th. Good looking out. Glad I was listening. Nice, man. Are we about to see VIX 85? I feel like 13's a lot closer than 85. What do you think about save calls for the potential buyout? No. I think it's a terrible fucking idea. I think Wall Street Bets has been betting on that same shit for like 2 years now, and they've yet to actually make any fucking money. When short Tesla below 48 or below 38. I'm not really interested in shorting it until it goes below 38, but I know a lot of people want to try to play that kind of in between range. It's risky. Odds of a Volmageddon 2 happening. VIX hasn't spiked hard enough. No, this breakout's not failed yet. It's just very slow to accumulate upside interest. Mostly because they can't shake the out of the money puts, and there's no market maker buying the dip alongside them, right? So they've got to buy the dip by themselves. That makes this whole thing a lot more difficult. And they're buying shitloads of calls, but it's not getting them anywhere. I think like one really good push in about 15 minutes or so. And then if that fails, they're probably fucked for the rest of the day. 15 to 30 minutes, roughly. And QQQ is just more volatile than SPX anyway. But RSP is up today, right? So the breadth is there to support it if QQQ would just stop selling off. And if that happens, this can reverse really, really quickly, right? Because Russell and Dow really aren't down very much. All in on Planet Fitness, or do you think it's priced in? What's priced in? I have no idea what's going on with that. Yeah, they just did a special dividend buff. New year, new me. Oh, shit. Even if that saw a price improvement, wouldn't it be like towards like quarter two earnings? Quarter one earnings? I think you'd look good wearing an earring. Are your ears pierced? Yeah. I haven't worn an earring in 20 years, but they are pierced. How's IWM looking? Stable-ish? It pulled back a bit after its test at 201, but it's not really dropping very hard. And still overall on an uptrend for the day. Well, at least from pre-market. Hmm. Probably sold on the call side. The pumpers don't seem like they're winning. No, they're not losing yet, though, which is the problem. Thoughts on TLTW? Do you think there's a lot more possible to yield by selling CCs manually? I have no idea. Probably. I mean, you don't pay the fees, right? And you can pursue a more aggressive strategy. This is this is fucking just losing to TLT over the totality of the year. Its 1 year returns are negative 15%. Yeah, 1 year returns on TLT are negative 1.82%. Little Girk's ears are pierced. What a loser. Mine are too. That's not the point. Red Sea shipping halted. Per who? That's a big deal. NBC. Oh, Maersk is halting shipping again. Oh, that's gonna go back up. Hmm. How's crude doing today? Surprisingly not up. Oops. Oh, they did that a Control Z function. These VIX Feb 20s are gonna make me rich. Somehow I highly doubt that. Starbucks is looking like a good short. Is it? Really? I feel like their margins have been getting way better. And the price has been going down. I'm not so sure about that one. Usually a slightly positive beta, too. And their last earnings was quite good. Maybe short it into earnings. Doesn't seem like there's been a lot of faith in their earnings potential lately. Starbucks unions, eh. That's been ongoing for so long though. Costco unions. Costco's way more overvalued than Starbucks. I've been short Costco since last week. I shorted it just to spite someone in the Discord. Top under two. What strikes are we looking at? Two. I think it could still go a little bit lower though. I wonder who that could be. There's drama with the unions because Starbucks reprimanded employees for having a Palestine flag, so there's been a mini boycott. I'm not sure if it actually had an effect. Yeah, it doesn't seem important. You're saying 650p on Costco is free money? No. Nothing's free money, AJ. Please, no big bounce here, Guac. I wanted to bounce. Bounce is good. Bounce and fail. Better than just continuous failure. Because otherwise the short position's going to get overcrowded and it's going to do a big capitulate and shoot prices right back up. The longer we chop here, the more likely we are to go up or down. Good question. um, I mean, bulls haven't stopped pushing for the upside yet. They're pushing very, very hard. So we'll see if they are capable of getting the momentum they need. We're almost to that 30-minute mark. What are we, 16 minutes away? So I think this is like where the like big push kicks off, and then if they're able to push it up, I think we can test like 60 to the upside. Maybe like, yeah, maybe 60. But the longer it drags on without falling, the more out of the money puts are gonna close, and that can add momentum to the upside. If they fail 4,700, yeah, I mean 25 a little bit, but I would say 20, and then a continued failure after 20, 4720 would, we could see 4,700. But 20 looks like the next support to the downside if this were to break down. They closed 23 stores to combat unionization. Okay. I mean, maybe they weren't that profitable anyway. I mean, clearly, if the cost of unionization exceeds the profits that the store makes, you would just close it, right? It also kills the momentum of unions, right? So, I mean, I don't think anything they're doing is wrong. And the unionization thing's been going on for like 2 years with Starbucks. So I feel like a lot of that like risk is already largely priced in. And they keep beating earnings and improving margins. So it's not like the unionization's hurting them. Neo dead? Yeah, for now. I mean, I've been out of it. You should really pay attention. ES 4780 arbitrary fortress. We're actually trading a little bit below 4780 on ES. Bouncing back above it might be bullish. But I think really What I'm kind of betting on is that ES pushes back and retests like 4,800. And that's what the bulls are kind of pushing for right now. They're just really not getting any traction. QQQ starting to round off though. That might be indicative of something. Okay, is Tup just gonna like rocket or something? What the fuck is going on with this? I feel like I'm a dipshit if I don't get some exposure here. Hmm. Did Todd just get back from Starbucks? Yeah, you had to go stomp on the unions over there. We're 71 BPS down after a natural disaster this weekend. I mean, that doesn't generally affect markets. And a major disruption to global shipping. That was just today. I'm a bull. Okay. I have some calls. If you have a 401k, you're a bull. Change my mind. I don't have a 401k. Bulls aren't quite out of the woods yet. No, they're not. But they are trying really hard. Also, don't forget that all of their, like, straddle positioning and shit still back up at, like, 45, 47.60, 47.50. Ooh. So there's actually a little bit of profit taking on the call side there. Let's see if we get more coming in to support it. They halted shipping in the Suez Canal again. Resolio. I somehow got a GME with a profit, sitting with just under 100 shares still up. Any hope for this old dog? What are you hoping for? Are you hoping for GME to go up more right now? I don't think that's the direction it's headed currently. This is a pretty compelling bear case against Pfizer right now. That's all I needed to hear. Alright. Why not halt shipping in the Panama Canal to be safe? I don't think there's any existential threats in the Panama Canal right now. Level on SPX is 4780 ES, like 4732, roughly. What is it? What's what? Oh, the bear case on Pfizer? They have a bunch of their like headline drugs uh moving out of like exclusivity over the next 3 or 4 years. They're gonna lose like 24.3% of their revenue, something like that. 25%. I think it was like 24, 20, just under 25% of their revenue. Yeah, they have a bunch of new shit in the pipeline, but it's not proven yet, right? And it's not approved yet either. Yeah, it shifts to generic. So I know I don't know a lot of the drugs, but I know like Eliquis is a big one. Imbrance. Uh, there's a few other ones though, and I think they all expire by like 2028, 2027. They prescribe Eliquis like candy. Yeah, it's a really big one. Also, they're like anti-obesity medications, not nearly on par with their like competitors. But I think like Danig Lip. It's been a couple weeks since I looked at it. It was a Danig, which is like their like inhibitor, like GLP-1 inhibitor. Um, only led to like 11% weight loss versus like Lily's, which led to 21.1% weight loss in 36 weeks. Also, there's like I think there's like a pretty big impact from the Inflation Reduction Act on their business as well. So discounts on drugs covered under Medicare. And that's kind of a problem across the whole sector. But if Biden stays in office this year, we could probably expect to see some fairly significant Medicare like negotiation reforms. Even more so if Congress shifts blue, right? We've seen maritime shipping stocks. Yeah, I'm still long a little bit of Maersk. Maersk shut down shipping again in the Suez Canal. This is a big deal. Pfizer's probably gonna have to go out and acquire biotech startups at a premium after drug approvals or gamble on unapproved. I like the short. I mean, I don't know if it's a good short, but there's a lot of risks to being long on it. And even though the dividend's really good, I'm not sure it accounts for that. Let's talk in healthcare. Everyone remember to pour one out for the mods. This is the first year that Medicare is going to be able to negotiate pricing. Yep. I think that's really bearish for like the pharmaceutical sector. It looks like the upside is heavily contested. It is. But not necessarily bearish just yet. Might be getting there. We'll see. I would say bulls are still fighting really hard for it though. The upside you saw earlier stuffed? Not yet. Do we still not have the MM on the bull side? No, not as long as we're below. I mean, technically not as long as we're below like 47.65. But we're in between OPEXs, so the monthly expiration tends to matter more as we approach OPEX, and the weeklies tend to matter more in between. But it varies depending on how much delta is on each chain. But we're below GN on the weekly, and we're below the the unadjusted gamma neutral, like the unsmoothed one. Okay. So I think we've kind of established a support here. I'm not getting filled on top. Hmm. Are the Bears idiots? Why don't they just buy lots more puts? It's not the buying of the puts, right? It's the holding of the puts, and then the puts get sold. So you're buying the 47.30, right? You're super bearish. Yeah, say you're paying like down here you're paying like $5.50 premium for them, right? Then the bulls, push back, right? And even though the price change isn't very much, they sell the fucking 47.30 so hard that you're down like 50% on like a $3 move. That's how they get the bears to stop out of their puts. How low does oil go? What a fantastic day to trade futures. I mean, I'm short N cube. That's all I've got, and it's doing fucking great. So I'm exposing our underwater positions. Okay, sorry. Bears would need to be willing to sell a ton of calls and risk the upside squeeze. Partially, yeah. Or they just need to buy more delta, right? So you need to fall into positioning where it's more where bears have more of an advantage. So deeper into GN, or below, like below delta neutral, right? That's where you really start to get a lot of like short dated put interest. You know, mostly between spot and gamma neutral, and then gamma neutral and delta neutral, the bearish effects you see are usually from short puts getting squeezed out, right? Very, very rarely is that range, you know, inundated with tons of puts, especially when vol's still very low. And we talked about this before. This is like kind of the way bears scale into positioning is, you know, they're buying here with like, you know, VIX sub 16. They're buying Vega. They're not going to expose themselves to gamma or delta, right? So they're buying far dated, far out of the money. Right. And then as you know, VIX moves higher and these start to get priced out, they'll start to move towards, you know, delta. And then as delta gets priced out, they'll start to move towards gamma. And this is where you get like big downs, right? Because now you're in an environment where they're leveraging short dated puts and volatility is high. And this is just something that's encouraged by the way options are priced. And so, you know, if you look at market downside, right, you tend to get very slow breakdowns that lead to slightly larger breakdowns that lead to really big breakdowns, right? And that's why, right? Because first you have Vega, then they leverage Delta, then they leverage Gamma. And Gamma's like throwing gas on the fire. Hey, look, bull things. I know. I needed to go up another $7 to offset my losses from trading the chop. What do you do to leverage gamma? Lots of zero DTE puts? Yeah, basically. And there's a lot of puts on SPX right now, but they're sold, right? They've been selling the fuck out of vol all day, trying to get a foothold to bounce this back. Are bulls gonna win the day? I mean, I don't know about win, but I think pull us back up to the neutral range. We have a lot of data tomorrow, and all of their neutral positioning is back up at, you know, 47.50, 47.60, which is why I expected us to kind of trade flat today. And I said, you know, if we get an early morning drop, watch out for a turnaround, because they have like established positioning up here, right? And we have FOMC minutes tomorrow and jolts. So big data, right? They're gonna want to try to push it back into the range where their straddles and strangles from Friday are still effective. Also, you know, from like a futures like mean reversion, like test 4780 and then like bounce back, retest 4800. This is pretty common before a continuation of a failure. So it's, you know, this move's also supported on like the technical side if you ignore the options market mechanics of it. So the gap may turn into a vacuum. I'm not sure we fill the whole gap, actually. I think we could end up very easily end up like only filling like a small part of it, maybe there. But it's very possible we don't fill this part of the gap at all. Or, you know, maybe we fill that into tomorrow morning and then readjust into FOMC back to like 47.60. And then if that's bearish, fail. So FOMC is pretty interesting tomorrow. I should probably, I'll wait to go over it at the end of the day. That way no one misses it. But yeah, it's gonna be fairly interesting. I'm not gonna lie, top $2 CSPs have an awesome yield. They should. Yeah, 30 cents. It's fucking that's pretty awesome. I don't know, which ones are you looking at? Like these aren't even that bad. 16 cents on $2 for 3 DTE. That's what, 8%? The Jans are 15%. The Jan OPEX. But do you want to own top? Like Jan 19th, they might just announce that their turnaround is gonna fail. Yeah, be careful of their planned announcement. I'll buy them back for 5 cents. Well, I mean, you're buying back for something. Hopefully 5 cents. When you say long dated Vega play, are you talking 6 to 12 months? Like between 90 to, yeah, I guess like 365 DTE. I would say that the majority of the concentration in this kind of interest is going to be either out here on the leap, or it's going to be between like 90 and 180 days. Yeah, they've been marked deficient and delinquent since they missed their earnings report. What are some key dates to watch for beyond reentry? Not so much dates. I mean, just looking for them to run out of short liquidity, which frankly they may do today. They're shorting really hard today, and they don't have a lot of available liquidity, right? So we could easily see them run out of liquidity over the next couple of days. I think I want to start looking to go long. Let's see how far they get it down today, but maybe middle of this week, or maybe even tomorrow. I might start looking for a few long entries. Did you ever comment on AMD? I don't think anybody asked me about it. It's back down after briefly testing 150 for no apparent reason. It's kind of snapped back towards Gamma Max, I think. Close to Gamma Max. It's still. Oh no, it's back below Gamma Max now. Yeah, 147. Still really nothing, not significant downside until it breaks 130. Needs to break 134 for a continuation. Leaving a lot of downside gaps here. Mm. Okay, so that's kind of bullish. Yeah. This all looks a little bit more bullish now into the end of the day. Slightly better. Usually yields jumping like that at open is an indication that someone's selling a shitload of short-dated treasuries, right? It was kind of across the whole curve, so you could just assume that somebody was selling a shitload of treasuries all at once. And they hit the market hard enough to pop to pressure the liquidity and pop the yields up. So someone needed cash and they needed it right away. That's really all you can tell from it, unless you see like a failure or something. But it could be something like a large margin call. Could be depository requirements. Could be from haircuts. There's a number of different possible reasons. Could simply just be readjusting, moving into the new year. Some people are going to want to take profit on the front end of this year. When Basel 3, that's going to be interesting. I'm not really sure how we're going to get bank deposits in line. And so this is what Basel 3 is a big part of the reason I think the Fed isn't really aiming for the soft landing people think they are. Like people hear soft landing and they assume bullish, but there's no landing, soft or hard, that's bullish, right? Um and historically soft landings kick the can, but they don't actually solve the issue. And periods of extremely low unemployment are actually more statistically indicative of an incoming recession than periods of high inflation. So I think that the Fed is trying to use its very weak control of the narrative in order to push people into bonds and drive and kind of sop up a lot of excess market liquidity. And in doing so, um, when they don't lower rates, they're able to push financial conditions to tighten, but they're able to keep the carry trade open so that the credit environment remains liquid. Now, you might ask why that would be important, and it's because banks need to be able to continue to lend. Um, and if we get the quote unquote soft landing, I think we'll see credit conditions tighten far more than we would in the hard landing scenario. And really, like kind of the way I look at it right now is if we move forward with a soft landing, we get a very steep correction, but a rapid recovery, right? That would be the soft landing. And I think the hard landing is more, we get a correction, but then it doesn't really recover very much. Or, it recovers very slowly over a long period of time. Japan is cool with us taking advantage of them. Well, we're not taking advantage of them. Their entire economy is designed to allow this to happen. They do get an advantage. The public, the poors in Japan really don't, but economically it's advantageous for them. I mean, just the sheer number of additional financial transactions alone is a huge revenue generator, right? And then when the carry trade does close, and it will eventually, they make money off that also. They're the recipient of all of that excess capital, right? That leveraged capital that they call on. What JPYU doing? I think they're going to lean back into the carry trade. I think as soon as it's clear that the Fed isn't cutting in the first half of this year, every bank in existence is going to lean right back into the carry trade and start lending as much as they feasibly can, which means rates up, vol up, dollar up. And I think the you know, the higher for longer scenario will actually see us move through periods of tightening and periods of rapid loosening. Um, as you know, they lean into the carry and out of it over and over. And over time, you know, as far as valuations are concerned, that keeps things pretty level. You know, I know everyone thinks that's the more bearish outcome, but you know, if you're long buy and hold equities, right, and you know stocks go down and then they recover and go down and recover, you really haven't lost anything over this period of time, right? As long as you've just continued to hold. I mean, there's some opportunity cost, but besides that, not much, right? Um, you know, if we get a sharp contraction in the soft landing scenario that breeds fear, um, you know, a lot of people might sell on the way down, right? And then not catch that rapid bounce. And you know, get back in here and then they're out the spread, right? Wouldn't real estate crash if they keep lending while rates go up? Well, I mean, eventually prices on real estate will come down, but it'll delay it. It also the hard landing scenario also delays the onset of inflation by keeping the dollar stronger. So they keep the dollar stronger for longer. And that can help keep oil prices moderated and inflation down. You said in your recent tweet you're looking for small mid caps with decent cash flows. Is GME good enough? Their cash flows suck. I can't quit it. I can't really find a better stock to sell options on in my 10K port. The vol on GME is still profitable, provided your position isn't too large, and that's kind of the wall I ran into. Was my position was too big, and I was unable to find the necessary liquidity to continue yielding at the rate that I was previously, and that's why I trimmed my position by like 95%. Now I have, you know, like 10K shares of GME, and I'm very happy with the options I'm able to sell on it, right? So if you have a small position, yeah, it's still a great stock for yielding. Not the best, but the price movements on it are so well understood. I think especially in this community at this point that it's really easy to just make money on it. I really liked your theoretical outcomes. You actually considered aspects that others glanced over. Great analysis, by the way. Thank you. I was just kind of running through some like thoughts on the macro situation right now and how it all plays out in the end. I think people are far too focused on the near term, and these expectations of like 6 rate cuts are ridiculous, right? Like the Fed would have had to have really fucked up if we're gonna get 6 rate cuts this year, which means a very, very, very deep correction is probably coming, right? Like if the Fed needs to cut rates 6 times this year, it's because they over tightened and we're gonna get a credit crisis. What will this mean for Toyota? Better margins as they continue to increase profits as wages stagnate. Not necessarily. I don't really think Toyota benefits too much from a strong yen. And this is one of the reasons Japan doesn't care so much about getting, battered over the carry trade, is because the vast majority of their major corporations are large exporters, right? Um and they actually make more money when the yen is down and the dollar is up, because they're making dollars importing yen, or they're importing dollars into Japan, right? Essentially. Need your end of your SPX price prediction. I put them in the write up that I did on Twitter last night. Is Iran sending warship to the Red Sea after the U.S. sunk Houthi boats? I've heard, yeah. I mean, this situation's probably going to escalate. They can do a lot of economic damage with very little actual involvement, as long as they just continue to support terrorists in the region. And, drones are pretty effective against shipping boats, right? Like you could do a lot of damage with a very small, even like consumer grade drone. So I mean, yeah, they're cheap, they're disposable, they can carry small explosives, which is really all you need, right? If you could blow up some containers, or knock over a stack of containers, you can fuck up the ship's balance and cause it to list, and then the ship can get stuck. And that's why Maersk isn't fucking with it, right? Even like small munitions can cause a lot of damage on those boats. When Japan exports, it's into USD. I mean, we're a huge buyer of exports, right? We're a consumer country. We spend our money on everybody's shit. But that's how we A, keep the dollar as the reserve currency, and B, that's why everyone's so reliant on it, right? It's how we export our inflation too. You're literally a walking encyclopedia. No, I'm not. That's ridiculous. I mean, you have to think about all of this stuff like a war of attrition, right? Like, it's very hard to fight like rebels with a modern army, or like guerrilla warfare with a modern army, because the cost is so high. We talked about this the other day. It's like, you spend 1.5 million on a cruise missile to take out some tents in the desert, some like Houthi tents, right? Where they're operating a drone from. And you've killed like 5 militants. You've pissed off like 500 of them, right? And you've spent $1.5 million, and they're taking like an Amazon drone for like $300. They're strapping it with like $25 of explosives. They're running it into a container ship that they may disrupt its course trajectory. They could cause it to list. There's a million different ways they could do damage, right? They could hit the pilot controls and fucking fuck it up that way. They can disable the ship with $325, right? And that's, and they're getting, an economic return of, maybe a couple, like 50 billion, right? And then for Iran, as an oil producer, if this drives oil prices up, this is a huge advantage for them. So there's no reason for them not to, support the action, right? They're going to have like a proxy war through this rebel faction where they can, you know, for a very, very cheap cost drive the price of oil up massively. Okay, this is perfect. I've made back all of my losses for today and then some. I think I can go ahead and set a stop now. And then we can see if this goes higher. Maybe I should set the stop around $5. I think that covers all my losses. Anything above that's just profit. 510. There we go. Checked DM. What do you got? Just. Still think there's potential to test 60. I still think that's the goal. So we still have maybe about $10 more upside range on this. Yes, we'll test 4,800 too. Yeah, that's I mean, that's what I'm looking at, right? Or at least that's what I've been talking about all day, while sounding like a crazy person as we chopped around 4730. But yeah, I expect ES to pull back and at least test this trend. Here, I'll extend that so you can see it better. So there's a trend here to test. And that's, you know, like 48, that's about 4,800. So 47.55 on that test, and then 47.60 on the test of the actual resistance, which is at like 48.03. Yeah, I think we can go. I think we go over 47.50. I mean, so like the unsmoothed gamma neutrals at about 47.65. And you would expect us to retest GN or come close to retesting GN. Then a failure to break back above gamma neutral is really bearish, right? Because then, like, the bears are going to reposition. They weren't well positioned for this big of a drop today, and they did try pretty hard to continue to drive prices down, which they were kind of successful at this level this morning, right? So like bears like into the pre-market, they were actually pretty successful at getting this range and kind of holding it. But yeah, this is you know, broadly some slippage with that. So I think we continue up into the gap a bit here. So no, there's there's a lot of variations of gamma neutral. But you know, GN on the weekly is at 47.40, right? Not 47.47. 47.47's fast gamma, which isn't even our calculation. It's just like the middle point of 28-day options. Um there is, so but we smooth gamma neutral because it's a very volatile data set. If you don't smooth it, however, you get a much more accurate representation of where the market maker's actual hedge lies. But you don't get a good representation of where the mean is for that hedge, right? So, and that's at like 47.65. Is this price meltdown from calls constantly buying? It's more from puts constantly selling than it is from calls constantly buying. But it is, there are calls. There have been a number of calls added to the chain. And while we might find a little bit of resistance here, we may find none at all. Oops. Yeah, I think this can continue up. This looks pretty good. Pretty well supported. Delta's shifting. So really what I'm concerned with now is, do we test 47.60? Are we able to get above the call wall at 47.50, which is, well, the put and call walls there are kind of significant. Now moving to the upside of the short puts, which technically outnumber the calls at 47.50, is actually bullish, because that's where the MM's going to start to go long the underlying to hedge those short puts going back out of the money, right? Got stopped out of my 2Ds. I also got stopped out of my calls. I lost $2. I'm literally ruined. Let's wait, is $2 the 800% loss you were talking about earlier? So you deposited 8 quarters into your brokerage account? One last DM, and then I'm done making you sad. That hasn't actually changed too much. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with that. Look how little there is out into the future. Yeah, it's there. It's been there, hasn't it? I feel like that open interest isn't new. It took 50% of my calls at 230%. I got a couple runners left. It's a good day. It's not a terrible one. Thoughts on Zom CCs this week? Oh man, Maersk just pulled shipping out of the Suez again. I probably wouldn't sell CCs on it this week. Oil might spike. I'm actually thinking about going long Zom, like doing those like 103, 110 spreads again. I made so much fucking money off those last time. Iran won't do anything though. They're a little bitch. I mean, they don't need to do anything directly, right? That's my point. Is that they can just simply, slightly fund some terrorists, right? We doing ups? Well, if people would stop taking profit on the 4750s, maybe. I kind of expect us to fill this tiny gap first. But we might not. We might just, the momentum might just continue up. The Bulls have an edge now, a little bit of an edge. What's the next buy signal for Beyond? I'm kind of waiting for liquidity to turn around on it. They're really shorting the fuck out of it right now. So we probably have some time. But I'm thinking like the trend resistance, like just below $8. Down here somewhere, like 8 to, I guess like 820 to 780. So I'm not sure that that's gonna, like, this is gonna fail to the downside, because I don't think there's enough liquidity for them to break the trend, but they could keep pushing on it. So maybe around $8 we see like a good long-term entry. How much theta do you like for an oil play with all the shipping turmoil happening? Oh, like Zom? I don't know. Maybe like 45 days or something like that. Zom looks like it's gonna rip. I know. I don't have a PT for Riven. I don't care about that stock at all. Give me a second. I'll find one, I guess. $21%. A little more bearish under 23. A lot more bearish under 19. So 19 would be my next target to the downside. 19, like 1906. So basically, yeah, basically $19. Then if it breaks $19, who the fuck knows? Back to 15, maybe even lower. Took 134% on half my calls at the bottom, leaving the next half as runners. 4760, here we come. Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year, NW. Thank you so much, man. Congrats. Dude, what the fuck is Top doing? It needs to fucking slow its roll right now. Why is volume picking up? Do I actually need to buy fucking options on this? God damn it. Gotta give the market maker their fucking cut. Ugh. You're taking larger? I mean, anything I buy on Beyond, I'm gonna buy some theta on. Unless it's already running. You know what? I think this is better below. Yeah. Guess you just went profitable on HE too. Nice, man. Took profits on my 4750 Cs. I don't like this consolidation. Okay. Only 300% up. I am shame. Well done. Would you just snag on top? I picked up some like 250s. Why is 50 being sticky? There's a big call wall here. So like as you approach big call walls, it tends to kind of dampen the momentum of gamma. Until you get above them, in which case it starts to reaccelerate, but you kind of run into resistance. There's a lot of sold puts here too, and if those go in the money, the market's probably going to drive up quite a bit. How fucking low did that just test? Jesus Christ. Oh, that really did test 4780. Should I retreat this a little bit more? I don't think I get blown out here, but I might. I really don't want to get stopped out, so maybe I just pull it back. $5 still 100% return. That covers all my losses. And then I can play the gap fill. I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that's fine. What's up, Popcorn? Why does IWM look like an inverse and reverse Wyckoff starting at Jan 1st, 2021 till now? What? You mean, why does it look like accumulation? Because it is, right? Oh, fucking assholes. Son of a bitch, dude. Look at that fucking gap. Yeah, whatever. Looks like they just got everyone else. At least I'm happy I wasn't on the second leg of that. What did that fill at? Oh, wow. Okay, so I filled above my stop, which is cool. I got 540 instead of 520. Nice. You get him next time, Tiger. Yeah, only 120% on this. Rough. Did you get those Car Murphy beds? No? They were 230, I think? By 540. No, I'm not looking at top weeklies. I picked up some Jan calls. I wish XRT would stop fucking with me. Express is now over 9. Yeah, it's kind of moving today. It's up 8%. Well, ripping's a long shot, but still no fucking options on it. What's Fubo doing today? Yeah, doing alright. Still think there's $10 more upside on SPX. Yeah, I still think there's $10. Maybe 15, but more likely 10. My target's 47.62. That sounds fine. A little momentum overflow and then rejection. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Still bearish, by the way. A rejection off of 65 is just confirming the bearish trend. Alright, so should be a decent amount of support here at like 47. If we break down below 47, 45, it gets pretty bearish again. Very bearish under 42. So watch those levels to the downside, but as long as we hold 47, it should stay bullish. Yeah, about $10 popcorn. I think upside is done. Stream has been lost. Bulls in shambles. No, I don't think so. Not yet. Does this count as a double top of the 250 test? I'm gonna say it for like the 900th time. Tesla doesn't get more bearish. Okay, hold on. Tesla gets a little bit more bearish under 48, and then it doesn't get more bearish until it's under 38. Playing this range is a good way to get burned. Oil looks so bullish at open last night. Did it just drop with the market, or probably shorted the fuck out of? Oil technically should be up right now, right? I guess dollars pushing back against that. At will enjoyment. I've been silent for a while, but I'm back to ignore the message of positivity. Those are the best kind. Start the year off by doing something kind for yourself and someone else in your life. Then get back to making bank with Gherkin. Take care and be well. Thank you so much, Atwill. I appreciate it, man. It's good seeing you. Glad to know that you're still around. It's always hard to tell with the lurkers who's still here and who isn't. All I heard was blah blah blah. I'm a pickle shill boy. Full port Tesla puts at this level. That's not. None of that is what I said, dork. God damn it! You're not helping. You know, I've started to do a very good job at keeping people from losing money, and words like full port are the antithesis of that. That's okay, Dave. Yeah, Oxy's moving up again, which is nice. Not so nice for my $62 covered calls, but I'll figure that out. Yeah, there have been a couple long-term Pickles Picks plays over the last few weeks. Neo's kind of a long-term one. I'm just waiting on a better entry right now. But there've been a couple others, right? UGI, which immediately went up 15%. Sorry about that. I thought I timed a downtrend. What do you think? It's sub 8? I'm thinking at 8. UGI's been great. Just got in. Heard full port. You son of a bitch. I'm in. I don't know if you remember, but I've been lurking since the beginning, man. I do. Thanks for everything. You got it, man. I have a really good memory for things I see, so I usually remember everyone. Yeah, dude, you really messed up on UGI. Well, I mean, I got a good entry on it. It's just that there weren't other entries on it, unfortunately. Yeah, I remember you, Fickle Pickle Tickler. You're here every day, man. What was the UGI price target? I really don't have one. In the near term, I think I put the compounded annual growth rate and the dividend growth rate in the analysis. So that over however long your holding period is, I'm thinking like 5 to 10 years. That's not true, Dead Rabbit. Even though we don't agree on the economy as a whole, that's okay because any macroeconomic projections are generally just opinion, right? They're usually meaningless. We're just philosophizing about the future of the economy. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm correct, and everyone else is incorrect. But it's okay for them to have their opinion all the same. I'm here every day, but I rarely say anything in chat. Hey, Pontus. Dude, HE is moving on volume. Utilities are going to kill it this year. T's up, too. T's up bigly today, which is fucking awesome. Did you figure out your egg situation? No, but I did spend some time rearranging last night. I'm here every day just to remind you that it's lunchtime. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Do you like 4669 end of week? No, I think 4700 might be a little harder to break than we think, but maybe not. Are you secretly a pufferfish? No. No. When Rod CQ MOASS? Literally never. Do you still own that shit? I bought calls on it and they accelerated their bankruptcy and they closed everything. I'm not sure why I'm here every day. I'm glad you're openly a pufferfish, finally. Okay. It also blew my mind that pufferfish fill themselves up with water, not air. I don't know why. Where would they get the air from? Do you think they have like a little like airbag tank inside? Just like compressed air when they need to puff up? I don't like pickled eggs. Like, I have VXX ADCs. Give me a break. Yes, it's called a swim bladder. That's not compressed, first of all. Maybe they developed a long series of tubes out of kelp? Alright. Bony fish using hand tools. What a leap in evolution. Tell me I'm crazy for wanting a Baba ADC leap. Okay, Munger. At the depths of fish in the water, it is by definition compressed. I don't know how much external force is on their internal organs. Also, pufferfish don't go that deep underwater. I don't think there's like a significant degree in atmospheric pressure between like, you know, the surface and the like 10 feet deep that a pufferfish is. I said crazy, not dead. Hurts, man. Hurts. Turning over a new leaf in 2024. Win mod. What kind of new leaf are you turning over? Is it one that doesn't involve getting revenge on me for the perceived theft of your former love interest? They're mostly water. Water doesn't compress. 33 feet of seawater, 1 atmosphere. Yeah, but they live very close to they usually live really close to the surface. Pufferfish aren't like a deep water marine animal. Anyway, the other guy's right too. They're like 96% water. I'm calling you a walking encyclopedia was ridiculous. No, go on about the habits of pufferfish and the effects of small drone attacks on ship navigation. Well, these are important things to know to navigate the markets and profit, right? Who knows when I'll make money off pufferfish? No, you should never eat a pufferfish. Do not ingest them. They are extremely toxic. Fugu? Fuck no. Would you actually eat that shit? I would never. I mean, you'd probably survive even if you got poisoned, but fuck that. I don't want to be paralyzed for fucking 7, 8 days and on life support. I have my level 3 CFA exam coming up in Feb. Gross. What do you need that for? Will the economy last long enough? I don't know. Probably. It's called tetrodetoxin. You see the video where the dolphins are passing around a pufferfish and getting high? Yeah, I've seen that. Here it numbs the mouth a bit. That's not a good thing. Tetrodetoxin. No, I didn't. I didn't miss a syllable. I said tetrodetoxin. It comes from tetrodontiforms. Bro's gonna pass the CFA 3 right in time to tell people to buy long duration. I already sold all my long duration. Tetrodonteniforms? It's like an order of fish that pufferfish are in. I think some like triggerfish, something else. Do you ever hear yourself? Yeah? Three months from now, Gherk Pie. I know. I'm getting ready. Apple looks bearish because they have 2 quarters of reduced forward guidance, and no one listens to them. Apple's like, hey, we're losing money and we're not making as much money as we used to. And we're probably never going to make as much money as we used to ever again. So there you go. And then investors are like, new all-time high. Jen is losing her mind today. I see that. If buying an at the money call or put on SPX is chopping, what is a good stop limit? 10% seems like it gets stopped out on a small drop. But if you had 20% stop, you would survive the drop. It's much better to know your price levels and where the option pricing falls within those levels. But I would say 20% isn't bad on zero DTEs. If you move out to like one DTE, you can actually go a little tighter on your risk. But obviously, it's more capital intensive. What do you think PT for Neo end of year? 20, 3 year 60? Maybe. I kind of like covered calls on it, and I'm thinking about going long on it. There's some risks, and they spend an obscene amount of money. Um, but I think we'll start to see Chinese car companies become greater competition, routing inventory through Mexico. Due to inflation, the back of the mullet is now for business too. Forbes. Okay, that was amazing. My job's to find out the info, not memorize it all. Well, what if you don't have a choice on the latter? So let's pretend someone has a debit spread at 47.50, bought at 47.55C, sold. What would be the opposing position to lock in profits? I'm trying to wrap my head around it. You would sell the 50 put, buy the 55 put. You're not really gonna lock You're not gonna lock in all the profits doing that, but you can lock in some of them. Something you can do is you can offset the you can offset the spread, like the box. So you could, like, say you have a zero, so say you have a zero DTE, um call spread, and it goes like deep in the money. So say you have your 47.50 BTO, and then 47.55 sell to open, right, and then that looks like STD. You could then open a 1 DTE also. This is the fun thing. You could open a 1 DTE, 47.55. And then P. And then this can expire in the money, right? And then the next day you could close this. Right. Flip that to the debit spread. So 55 bought, 50 sold. They keep buying IWM 0 DTEs. Yeah, yeah. That's a thing. I'm just gonna be pissed about that all day. I don't want to look at that. You have options data on HE? Yeah, I could get it. Give me a minute. I'm gonna process it. No, I don't. $16 calls in jam are intriguing. Probably not long. I overslept after I said the market was down 0.8%. Saved myself from chasing to make 115% on an SPX call. Not much, but profits. Nice. Well done. Will 55 be a strong resistance? Only in the sense that we could pull back to 50. Atlanta GDP now in 15 minutes. You know full well nobody fucking pays attention to that. Mr. Poopy does. No one gives a shit what the GDP now print is. He's the one person smashing refresh. So here's a, well, I gotta go over that later. Don't forget to remind me to go over the Fed thing at the end of the day. Because there's an interesting thing with the Fed tomorrow. And minutes may matter a lot. Derogatory spicy? Strangles or straddles? How big of a move do you figure? I still don't know if the upside has all that much potential. I might do like 1 to 2 straddles, right? We're still under VIX 16. There's no reason to expect moves greater than like 0.5, right? 0.5, 0.6. Was that it for today? Was that the top? No, I don't think so. Ah. A little bit of a failure here. But not a big enough one yet. I would be careful on the call side. That is a break of the trend. Hold on. Well, I guess we broke the trend earlier. Kind of a new trend now. Maybe adjust that accordingly. Not quite a break of the trend. Be careful here though. If this trend does break down, remember if we lose 47, bearish, right? Ah, that's interesting. Okay, bearish then? Yeah, well, we haven't lost 47. But if we lose 47, then confirm that at 45 and 43. So technically, really, well, yeah, I mean, I guess you really wouldn't want to play puts till 43, but you could try to play the range, I suppose. It's higher risk. Full ported 2Ds. NASDAQ not looking as good. No, it's not. I actually think NASDAQ's propagating the sell off all on its own. I'm not actually sure positioning on SPX is what's really bearish here. Yeah, I've never really liked Lucid very much. I do know that they have they are also Saudi backed, but so's Neo. I wouldn't be surprised if the two were to combine in some way. HE just keeps going despite the drop. Yeah, HE doesn't care. It's also like a mid cap. Are we going back to 30? Only if we break 42. Do we fill the trend because of the Atlanta Fed Fund or whatever? I think that's at 1 o'clock. So is Canoe. I really don't like them. But yes, I think they're all Saudi backed in one way or another. 47 on ES or SPX? SPX. We're fucking nowhere near 47 on ES. Still holding 47 here. Oh, there it goes. Okay, that's incrementally more bearish. All right, and then 45 is the next kind of really important level. And then 43. I wish fucking Upstart would fail. Why is this thing so fucking illiquid? No, I don't think it's doing a squeezy. It's not that interesting. Utilities are just up today, man. Like, broadly, the whole sector is doing really well. For Jolt's data, what are bears looking for? Asking for a friend. Really strong labor data would be bearish. Signs that labor data is not easing. The Fed will stay higher for longer. I'll shut up about it now. Thank you. Yeah, it's got a long way to go before it squeezes. Those shorts are pretty entrenched. Bulls are looking for a bit of easing in the labor market, a little bit of softening, because that's going to be on track with the soft landing narrative, right? And jolts are expected to ease by analysts, but I don't think analysts have ever gotten the jolts jolts data correct in like the last 30 prints. I think they've been pretty much wrong every time. And then the revisions to the data tend to be huge, so I just got to my office. Also, I've pulled pufferfish up from 1,300 feet, so there's some pressurization there, sir. The fuck were you doing 1,300 feet underwater? Huh? More importantly, what was the pufferfish doing? Electric reels pulling snapper. Hmm. Something, batteries and eels. Quite possibly. Ooh, pushing to lose 45 right now. Getting more bearish. Would I go puts here? I think so. I think if we lose 45, I'm going to pick up some puts. Oh, that's loud. Sorry. So like I said, if we break below 43 here, then it gets even more bearish. Below 43, we could go. Oh, fuck! Did I just do? Okay. If we go below 43, I'm not really sure how far we could drop there. I guess we could just keep trending down at that point. Maybe back to 30. There should be some pretty stiff resistance at 43. Jimmy credit spreads paid for Christmas. Thank you, Kenny. No problem. VIX to 15 now? No. Maybe like 1350. I don't know. We'll see. Because this could technically break down into the end of the day if we lose 43 here. If we lose, yeah, if we lose 43, that's really fucking bad. You have a bottom PT for GME? I don't know, like fucking back to $11 or something over the next like couple months. I'm stuck with Neo and beyond Jan Feb calls. Okay, why? Oh, in and out of consciousness. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, well, what can you do about it? Can you sell some puts, harvest some theta? I don't know. Trying to think of some ways to turn it around at least. Or you know, stem the losses. I'm still waiting for Beyond to pull back a little bit more. It's getting close. I think I'm targeting an entry at like 8, and then if it goes below that, maybe I'll average down on that entry. But I definitely want more theta than Jan. What's up, Dork? Oh. Oh, motherfucker, man. Hmm. Ooh, we lost 43. I'll go over it at the end of the day, just in case, because I don't want anybody to miss it who wasn't like tuned in through the intraday. So I'll cover it in the end of day wrap up. Oh, that reminds me. Achoo! Achoo! Fuck. Ah. All right, I'm okay. There's a V? Where? Yeah. I mean, this is where we would find support if we're gonna find it, and if we fail this level, this is gonna dump. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Almost losing it. This resistance is kind of failing. Let's see if these clowns have the juice. Oh, I'm already stopped out of my puts, so. Do I want to go long here? I don't think I do. Seems risky. Watch them bounce us. Someone in futures give us a big sell-off. In Persian lore, where legends combine, a centaur roams trading stocks divine. Hooves echo in markets, a rhythmic beat. Shares and arrows, a dual feat. Crowned in mystery, celestial trade. What am I? I don't know. Is this a riddle? Persian lore? Hold on, I'm gonna figure this out. Hmm. It's not me. I'm not a fucking centaur. I'm checking beyond April 15C. Theta's sufficient. I've got an order that might fill soon, but just a bit more of a drop. What's my idiot rating? 1 to 10. I like the theta. I feel like you're very far out of the money, though. It was a love song to you. He said it was a riddle. A centaur, the dicking blade. Sounds like something a centaur that did want us to think he was a centaur would say. You said if it fails 43, it will dump. And then we went to 41 and it bounced. Was the $2 the dump? Yeah. Did you make money on it? I consider calls closer to the money. Okay. Yeah, 10%. Then what are you bitching about? Is that, if we fail 45 and then retest it, that's even more bearish, right? And then you can re-enter it. Don't forget, guys, they never stop selling puts. I made $30 on the drop. I picked up puts at like 46. I don't know. I made like 23% on them or something. It wasn't that bad. PDT. Well, yeah, but you know, if you win on enough trades, eventually you won't be under PDT anymore, I think. Although maybe not. It's possible that PDT actually never goes away, and that's just a permanent way of keeping people poor. Well, they sell too many puts again. That's not really an issue right now. We have a bounce into end of day for tomorrow, possibly. That's because he's risen to the top like cream, Bob. Which contract did you get, Simo? The 45 or the 40? I sold all of the Jimmy and Upstart and put it in Vu last year. My life has been so much better. Vu and chill. Now I feel like a genius instead of a regard losing money. Happy New Year. Awesome, Sir Brohamdown. For most people, that is the easy route. So I'm glad that you're finding enjoyment in it. Well done. Hold it here until end of day and then pump it up to 47.70 on 30 minutes. That's excessive. $47.40. That might be the difference. Although your percent gain should have been better than mine. Maybe we had different entries, or at least different fills. We're not that far off, so I think the spread might make up for it. I have 47.45, and it was up 50%, but I set my stop too low in the hope that we get a proper drop. Okay. Yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with like multiple layers of confirmation like that, it's best to have your stops pretty tight once you're up, right? Like we were looking for like 47, 45, and 43, right? So you really want to keep your stop in line with each of those levels until you get like a confirmed breakdown, lose like the 40 strike, right? Confirm it there, and then you can ease your stop up a little bit. Did you cut the top calls you bought? No, I'm not going to either. I'm probably going to add to them. I might have gotten stopped out before you. I didn't actually look at my fills. I just looked at the last percentage. Uh hold on, so that's well, I got like 22%. 22 and a like 22.73. SPX 4500, VIX 1450 incoming. It's possible. How do I know when it's time for market downs? Good question. I don't know. When Vega positions close, oh, I'm not closing Vega positions until we see like VIX 15, 16. I'm only making profit on my Feb 24 15C HE. Guessing the top is somewhere near? Not necessarily. I mean, utilities are running really hard right now. Could keep going up. It's like a 6-month high right now. Or, well, 3-month high. What is it? August 23 to now. So 5-month high. GME down. No one could have predicted this. I've been telling people this whole time. It's not down enough yet, though. It still needs to fail GN and DN. So a little bit of support there. Oh, there's a far greater than zero chance we end the day somewhere between 43 and 48. We'll see how it shakes out, but don't be surprised if that happens. It's not like HE doesn't have absurd range to the upside. I mean, it does, but they're still embroiled in legal battles. And there's a fuck ton of shorts. My port's up 10% total today, so not a bad start for the year. Thanks again, Gherkin. No problem, man. Heard my GMECC deep in the money a while back, so I'm protected for this downside for a while. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at too on mine. How's NVIDIA looking? Does it have room to move up today with the SPC? Fuck is SPC? SPX? I don't think the SPX has all that much room to move up now. It failed its breakout, and a bunch of the calls sold off. So they're gonna have to rebuild the call side positioning. Technically, we're expecting the FOMC to be less dovish. Yeah, I think so, but not for readily apparent reasons. Is rig undervalued? Oh, that's a tough question. Maybe not. QQQ's picking up some strength on its bounce. Let's see how call positioning's looking. Kind of flat on the 0 DTE side. That's not very interesting either. Yeah, this is looking more and more like we get range bound. Still killing the weekend VIX futures arb. Oh yeah, dude, this weekend was so awesome. Last week actually kind of sucked a little bit, but then I made my money back on Tuesday. Like I was kind of flat break even Monday, and then I had to hold it overnight again. But then Tuesday it went up. Yeah, that's what 6 weeks in a row now, I think. But this week was fucking awesome, right? VIX futures were up so much this morning. Yeah, big squirting. It was like, I think it was like almost 7%. Pretty close, like just under 7%. Burry tweeted about an hour ago. What did Burry tweet? Bank squirted at 10:30. Big squirt. Does it look like Jimmy is being actively shorted finally? Yes, actually. It's starting to pick up more short momentum. So it is actively being shorted now. Could this run cause HE to squeeze? I think that's pretty unlikely. A significant amount of the shorts are in at like 30. Actually, probably the majority of shorts are in like well above the current price. So between like 30 and 18. Remember that overnight gap is super deceptive. That was shorted all the way down in after hours. So yeah, the shorts are far from underwater. What about HE 1550 puts? I'm kind of tempted. I'm not sure that's such a great play. I think HE finding like a moderate price around 20 in line with the rest of the sector is probably a reasonable, right? I don't think shorts really care if it drifts up there. I mean, like, they can't net off as profitably, but I think they'd be okay with the price sitting there for a while. Do they still have 4760s, or are those all gone now? There's a few left, but not many. There's far more puts at every strike than there are calls. It's just that some of those puts are sold, like the 4740s. I think are pretty heavily sold. I was very happy with my call play when it finally printed, but I don't think there's really not a lot to trade today. I've gotten in and out of a bunch of trades, but mostly at losses. And I've had like three profitable ones to six drawdowns. Fortunately, the three profitable ones were very profitable, but yeah, I would say that most of this is probably not worth trading. At least not on the short term. Like zero DTs at this point are gonna start to become more of a trap. The range might open up a bit more as we move into like the last 30 minutes of the day or something. Congrats on the very profitable ones. Well, those help make up for the losses, but the chop has been abysmal, and the put selling has made puts really hard to hold. Um, and the fucking lack of range on the upside has also sucked a bit. Although I did exit my calls earlier than I wanted to, I still got out of them at like more than 100%. But I ended up exiting those like here, um, and instead of here, which would have made a bit of a difference. Would have been like 200% up. Yeah, it's a big win. It's very good. I had a good amount of those calls too, so I did okay on that. And then I had the straddle this morning, did really well. From last week. So that was nice. Also constant VIX shorting. Well, that just sucks for all options, right? That's kind of shitty on both sides. But the selling of puts was a fucking nightmare earlier, because not only were the puts super overpriced, right? They're like, it was like 780 at the money, right? But then you fucking buy it, right? Like you buy the at the money strike, and then the fucking bulls start selling it, and price goes up $2, but your fucking puts down $3. So you live 50% loss. You're trading flat. The correct thing to do probably would have been to leverage into in the money puts, and avoid the spread getting pushed like that. But I think they were selling some of the ones in the money too at that point. The SPX did move more than 15 bips. We caught the intraday, like we caught like this entire upside, and that was 50 basis point move. That was really good. I caught most of this downside. That was Oh. Almost 20 basis points. Baba's weight in KWeb? I have no idea. I think its biggest ETFs are like the MSCI ones. One out of 5 here, and the losses were big. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe I should just sell a Condor into the end of the day. Just go like 60-40. What's that worth? Probably not worth the risk. But at least I can harvest some of the IV crash. Let's get that closer to the money. Closer to the money. Let's do $10 spread on either side. So 30 to 70. I get, that's the wrong fucking date. 200 credit with an $800 risk. There's no more data today, right? Could hedge off the downside on a break of 40. That might not be so bad. What's on XLE calls? I'd rather go long ZOM. I don't like fucking using ETFs. What's your obsession with ETFs? Stop acting like a financial manager. Financial advisor. Ooh, look at this ETF with exposure. Just pick a stock in the sector. You're gonna get way better returns. Me and you have had this conversation far too often. I know, but XLE is different than KRE, and you know it. No, it's not. It's still better to go long ZOM or Valero or Chevron and get the massive crude exposure and squeeze out the short calls, right? It's almost always better to pick an overperformer in the sector than to pick the like weighted ETF. Well, he's getting his level 3 CPA in 3 months. Gotta shill this stuff, Gork. That's not poopy pants. That was the other guy that's going for his CPA exam. Or he's not getting a CPA, right? It was a CFA. Which is arguably more useless. But it looks good on your Twitter profile, I guess. I think I've got one somewhere. But they're all bullshit. I would be surprised if any of you could actually I'd be surprised if any of you could fail the exams. Like if you understand bonds, you're usually pretty good to go. Chartered financial analyst. Oh god. I didn't slander your CPA. Yeah, I mean, like picking like IWM for instance, right? Like it's running hard, and small caps are popular, and IWM's seen 25% returns. But picking the right components of IWM in that same time period, would have yielded far greater returns than the index itself, right? Because when you pick the index or you pick a weighted ETF, you're getting a lot of shit. You're buying a lot of shit in order to broadly cover everything. CFA has been a waste of time, but I did learn a bunch of neat lingo. All right, that's fair. Macy's, Macy's is one, yeah. If you were if you had beyond exposure from the bottom, it went up like 70%. Um, there was a lot of shit that went up far more than the index. So you lied? We should have full ported Tesla puts? No. Gross. Tesla's still trading at 250, you know that, right? Discord, first topic of the year, bankruptcy. Awesome. I'm CPA. It's a bullshit credential. Just need to be able to be capable of grinding and memorizing to take a test. The CPA exam is probably far harder than just because of like all the legal shit you need to memorize. I would say it's far harder than CFAs or any of the FINRA exams. Like series 7, 65. Those are all easy as fuck. Up 276% over the year. Listen, I know. All right. Uh, uh, I'm well aware of how Abercrombie's performing. Somali CPA test so easy. Is that because taxes are actually optional? HE is doing a thing, but so are all of utilities, so I don't think the thing it's doing is particular to itself. Like the entire utility sector is up today. For the most part. There's a couple exceptions, I guess. Verizon's up 3% today. AT&T's up 3% also. So telecom and utilities are killing it today. Energies are up. Energy's up. Consumer non-durables are up. Remember when we had that talk about KO last week? Looks like financials and health tech are doing pretty well today, but fucking mega cap tech is just getting destroyed. Is beyond available liquidity getting low? Starting to. Not quite there yet, but close. There's a little bit more room on it. I'm looking for 8, and then if it breaks down from 8, I'm gonna be looking for like between 780 and 733 for an entry. Still on rug show though. UGI gonna be the next Dole? Fuck? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I got an okay position on it, but it really hasn't cooled. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's really going. at 17% from my entry now? Almost. Yeah, UGR was a Pickles pick last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I think it was like 3 weeks ago. I think it's still got a lot of room for price improvement, but it's gonna take a while, right? And it'll probably there'll probably be another entry on it at some point. I mean, as long as well, I think as long as nat gas doesn't spike too hard, then there'll probably be another point of reentry. There may not, but it's still not that far out of my target range. Like it's, even at 25, it's still moderately acceptable. Obviously not as good of a deal as like 21 or 22, but it's not terrible. Does Neo have more to fall or a good entry? It has more downside. 778 is where I'd be looking for support. Straddling tonight? Yeah. Actually, you know what? I may not pick one up tonight. I may wait until before the FOMC decision, but we'll see. It depends where we end up tonight. If we're at 4750, like the upper range here, then I probably won't straddle until tomorrow. And then if we're offset from 4750, either to the up or downside, then I probably will. It's just bribes. Vic shorting getting excessive here. Gonna step in soon? No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, UGI, like if nat gas prices move up, UGI has a ton of room to run, right? Like 100%. And then if they don't, which I don't expect them to, not significantly, until we get a really cold winter. But until then, it yields like 6%, which is better than treasuries. I think they're a like dividend aristocrat or some shit. Like they've raised their dividend consecutively for 20 or 30 years or some shit like that. And they've got a fat dividend. It's over 6%. And so as long as oil prices or nat gas prices stay low, I figure the utility side of the company is going to more than bankroll their dividend. And then there'll probably be a bunch of opportunities to enter like over time on drip. And then when we do get a cold winter and nat gas prices spike, hopefully they're a big beneficiary of that. But I wanted exposure to nat gas that I could just sit on without having too much downside risk. And I feel like that was a good entry. And up until like 2018, 19, it outperformed the SPX by a lot. So I think their like constant rate of growth is still really good. And they have some good growth stuff in the pipeline. I know they're setting up renewable natural gas resources in upstate New York, which they're going to sell to local utilities and use themselves, I assume. Why buy ETF exposure to Bitcoin other than to short it? Why not buy Bitcoin if long? Oh, I mean, it's absolutely to short it, right? I mean, it's the most volatile asset in the world, arguably. Um, and ETFs, building out an ETF infrastructure for Bitcoin gives you the ability to infinitely short that volatility. Every short vol hedge fund in the world is going to hammer those fucking ETFs into the ground. They will be, I guarantee they will be more manipulated than XRT. And in doing so, over time, they will destroy the value in Bitcoin. Which is why I find it so ironic that people who are like hardcore Bitcoin bros are so excited about the ETFs. It's not mainstream adoption, right? It's mainstream destruction. Is there a chance for another failure today? More so than there actually is the chance for additional upside. So yes, still quite a bit of risk of falling below that like 40. If we fall below that like 42 level. Oh yeah, I'm sure that ETFs will charge crazy high fees. Was the ETF approved by the US government just for the purpose of destroying BTC? It was approved for the purpose of securitizing BTC, right? Once you create infinite pools of liquidity, it just becomes a security, and it loses arguably the one thing that provides any value to Bitcoin, which is scarcity. And Bitcoin ETFs will destroy scarcity. And then the more they short it, the more liquidity in the actual coin they'll unlock, which will destroy the value in the crypto itself. Artificial scarcity. Yeah. Well, artificial liquidity. It's also be able to sold to retail by financial professionals. Yep, and that way they can take away all of retail's money as well. You sound like Kenny. Why? I mean, that's what they do. That's how the system works. How does that make me sound like Kenny? Also, thanks for the compliment. That guy's a fucking stock god. I wouldn't short it at launch. I'm sure there'll be a lot of volatility, but over time, Bitcoin go up, short vol. Easy peasy. Yeah, he's a goddamn genius. He is. I always think Kenny sounds like you. Just FYI. You're using too many syllables and it scares us. I'm sorry. I'll slow it down. Boo, profit's bad. You're to Kenny what JFresh is to Cam. There, I said it. Awkward. No, I think the difference between Cam and Kenny is one of those people is extremely successful at selling volatility. I heard on the interons, if you add a splash of water to coffee beans before grinding it, reduces their static charge and makes them less clumpy and tastier. So yeah, you can if you have a single dose grinder, you can like spray the beans and it helps with the electrostatic buildup. Um, but it also can like if you overdo it, yeah, it's got to be very very little water because if you overdo it, you just jam up your grinder with fucking bean mud. I made bank for my CSPs on UGI like I did with Upstart. If it doesn't Upstart, I might just close my account. Yeah, yeah. Losing 43 is a big deal. Let me see where we're at with the levels, but yep. Yeah. If this doesn't reverse, which it probably will at 40, but if this loses 40, let's see how much range that actually has on it. If it loses 40, we can test reasonably all the way back down to 30. I would say 35 is more likely, but it could go a little further than that if vol were to pick up. Do you still have a small position in XRP? Yes. I think I do. Somewhere? Yes, I do. I mean, it's not that small. But I do have a position in it. I've, hold on. I'm trying to open my wallet here and see what I have. I have like 10,000 at 35. Oh, 35,025. So I'm up about 100% on it. There's 38 gone. Next gap's at 37.40. VIX is turning up a little. I wish Upstart would stop being so fucking resilient. Just fail. Jesus Christ. So much room to the downside, too. But I'd be happy with 30, 30, 35. That'd be okay. Well, we could see zero DTs pick up on the drop, and that's why I said we might be able to move down into like the 47.30 range, retesting the lows for the day. Or if zero DTs really pile in on the drop, which they could, we could move further. But right now, 35's kind of where I expect support to be until more puts come in. If more puts come in, then we can move further. So we've got the momentum. Now someone needs to leverage that momentum. Is there a way to measure liquidity on vol shorting for the day to see when VIX might get a chance to breathe? No, because technically liquidity on vol shorting is infinite. Although I could think of some fun things. Possibly. If I could accurately measure that, or even just kind of get an idea. I would fucking never tell anybody. I would never tell anybody how, I would actually just disappear. Not even the Cornishons. Not even the pontiffs. Careful of support here. This is gamma neutral on the weekly. So this is an important level. If we break down below this, we get acceleration to the downside. If we stabilize on it, we can bounce to the upside. So both bounces and drops from this point are pivotal. What about the super pigeon whales? That would be Pontiff. I don't have a super pigeon whale level. Not even the parking lot geese, and they get away with everything. I feel like a lot of your vendetta against the parking lot geese involves them eating your berries, Squamsk. I don't know. I'm pretty super. Did you know you can take those parking lot geese home? They're free. I can't imagine eating. Canadian geese must not taste good, right? Because why didn't the Canadians hunt them to extinction? Like, goose isn't very popular in America, but it's Canada. Eat geese? They're companion animals? No, they're not. They're assholes. We try. There are millions. They turn them into jackets. That failure is important, by the way. Gaps filled. Now let's see what happens with leverage. Boop, boop, boop. Pretty sexy. Oh, I like this. Yeah. Let's see if this just keeps going. Bulls fucking get wrecked. Ugh. Not yet. Maybe if someone steps up and buys some fucking 0 DTE puts, though, then re. Pro tip to all you Yanks, you can make the worst meat into a delicacy by slathering it with barbecue sauce and grilling for your neighbors. I've never had barbecued Canadian goose. Prairie chickens, a form of grouse, is protein that tastes like beef. It's almost extinct. It has to do more with pheasant. Introduced from China in the 1800s. Huh. Can't we just... They're fucking chickens. Can't we just make more of them? Has Beyond hit SSR? It's gotta be getting pretty close. It was down like 8% earlier. Yep, it did. Down 10% on the day. QQQ's still just giving up. You can't eat Canadian geese. I mean, there's hungry people, alright? The Canadians are in the middle of a financial crisis. And why not? It feels like eating a significant number of them would maybe be a good thing. One part parking lot berries, one part silly goose. Come on, guys. I'm a budding chef. I'm Canadian, can confirm. See? You absolutely can if you like eating a shit ton of grease. Are Canadian geese greasy? Attacking Canadian geese is a hate crime. Not if you're Canadian. Then it's, you know, like self-hatred. I bet it pairs well with maple and gooseberry. Hmm. Yeah, duck is... Well, some parts of the duck is greasy as fuck. DM, 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 DM. Wait, what is this? Oh. Huh. Hmm. Too late to buy 0DT SPX puts? Very risky. I mean, if you enter them, I would have a tight stop. You're basically scalping at this point. What is it, Popcorn? If you're a pufferfish who's obviously made a deal with the devil for stock trading ability in human form, what did you give up in exchange? My swim bladder. Excuse me, I'm not greasy. I showered this week. I usually use them as portable taxis. I'm not fending off my berry stash. Okay, sorry for interrupting. Back to Stonky Stonks. It's all good. There's an old Canadian saying, a fool and his geese will soon part. That can't be real. Parking lot berries. So these will puff up. Is that power activated by eating fruit? Yes. How low can we go down now? Down low? Surely not all the way to the floor. Well, if people keep buying 0DTE puts here, then we can go down to 47.30 or further, depending on how many they buy. This is really all just going to be like momentum driven by increased put buying. So it absolutely could keep going down. Happy New Year. Starting the year red? No way. What? No. Good. Starting the year green. Green AF. I got to close all my 47.75, 47.50 put spreads today. That was fucking awesome. Made money on my straddle. Finally made some money on some SPX calls in the midday. And I'm killing it on Upstart. XRT could be doing a little better, but I don't have a ton of exposure on that one. Actually, that's all my exposure on it. Hey, Gurk, remember when the 43 price target was discussed as a failure point? Kind of funny how once we actually saw a failure, it went down more. Huh, curious. It's not curious, Dork. It's backed by empirical evidence. And sexy, sexy, sexy data. I only made $925 today. Pathetic. That's like a $250,000 a year job if that's your average. With 252 trading days in the year at $925 a day. It's like 233,000 a year. If you have $1 million port, it's really easy to do, by the way. I think people would be quicker to capture their unrealized gains if they viewed it like that. If people understood, if people could wrap their heads around compounding gains, everyone would be way more risk averse. How would you net $1,000 a day? At how much risk? 1,000 a day? The easiest way is probably like wide condors. Yeah, you probably get like 2% return on risk on intraday wide condors with plenty of room to hedge. So if you have like $1 million, it's pretty simple. 1% a day is 12x over 250 days. Yeah. My condor account yields like 5-6% a month. On average. There's usually like a month where I get a drawdown, but it's rare. A reminder that compounding gains are awesome. Yeah, they are. That pays for my rent. Teach us how to do Condor account for 2024. No, fuck you. Kagger, a bit. Hey, we bounced. Liar, you paid for your rent in advance when you moved in. What do you think pays for the next year's rent? Duh. Selling Theta on Pickles Picks pays for the money I lose FOMOing into memes. Nice. Dollar General cannot be stopped. Absolute Chad. I mean, they have no competition, right? Let me get to 69,000 for 20% CAGR, please. Thanks. If you move from New York City to Iowa, your deposit. No, why would I move into Billionaire Row? So I can live in a fancy apartment? My apartment's fine. It's got everything I need. It's got like a bed, a computer, and somewhere to cook. I lied. I traded again. Up 8%. Now I'm done. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, man. Ooh. The bullish reverse. The V is failing, guys. What the fuck is this? Oh, this must be so awkward to be a bull and not have the MM immediately come in and buy your dips. Imagine having to buy all of your own dip. Gross. Does your landlord know what you do for a living, or do they just think you're a drug dealer? Oh, they definitely think I'm a drug dealer. And that's fine. I buy dip at my grocery store. That's smart. Don't leave us hanging. You got the hookup or what? Oh, no. No. I'm not actually a drug dealer. I mean, if the drug is theta, then maybe. Interesting. There's a parallel there. But then why have I been subscribed for so long? I actually don't know at this point. Technically drug dealers are traders too. Yeah, different market. Lot more volatility. To be fair, a drug dealer doesn't pay their entire rent for the next year up front. That's front money. A drug dealer can't afford to put up. Okay, well, a good drug dealer is gonna have that front money locked in, right? Now, if they're trying to grow, that's a different story, because yeah, that's gonna be more capital intensive. But in an aging drug network, the growth is going to be minimized at that point. You should be bringing in profits. Greg's got a hoodie that says neighborhood hopium dealer. Avon Barksdale paid his rent up front. Gotta spend money to make money. What happened to the market? Do we finally get down days, or is it a glitch? Well, Gamma Neutral finally caught up to spot, and we slipped below it. Beyond touched 8. Cool. Apple dying sign of GDP dying. Could be. Yeah, might be the first one of many first indications. Speaking of theta, over the holidays I watched Paradise, similar to In Time, but theta is supplementary to fiat currency. Interesting film. I'll have to check it out. Does it also feature Justin Timberlake or no? Tell me now. It takes money to buy whiskey. You could have said literally anything else, and it would have been better than saying that. European film, I think. Too bad. I'm hungry. Cringe alert. Have you canceled JT? Why would I cancel JT? It takes handies to buy Wendy's. That's true. Who check out Fleabag? I've seen it. It's funny. Me too. I'm thinking of a chicken parm sandy. Huh. Reptile on Netflix featuring JT is a ripper of a movie. Huh. Alright. All the Britney drama, he's lost a lot of fans. Oh, because of her tell-all? I mean, I thought people were fans of Justin Timberlake because he was definitely an asshole. I didn't realize people thought he was like a nice guy. He slept with everyone, right? Like when you were in high school, presume you're the same age as me. When you were in high school, he slept with every hot celebrity. All of them. He's he was never like a nice dude. Don't hate the player, hate the game, all right? He wrote songs about it. Cry Me a River, exactly. If he wasn't a nice dude, they would have stopped banging him. They did. They did stop banging him. That's what happened. He was with all the hot celebrities very briefly. That's how you could tell he was an asshole, because he didn't marry one of them. Dick in the box might have been the first clue. No, I didn't go to high school with Justin Timberlake. I wish. I think he's older than me. You're way off. Cry Me a River was JT's prediction of the Ukraine war. Dude seriously has his ear on the ground. Come on, Greg. Are you saying you're an asshole because you've never married any girl you've banged? Oh wait, don't answer that. No, I'm just an asshole because I act like an asshole. I don't think marriage has anything to do with that. Plenty of assholes are married. How bearish are we looking here? We're looking sub 47, 43 bearish, but not sub 47, 35 bearish. It's almost like we found support at the exact place that I said we could find support, and then we need additional 0DT put buying to gain more downside momentum. Like I said. You know what would have been really cool when I first started out trading is like having somebody just tell me exactly what the market was going to do before it did it. And then never, ever, ever complaining about that person. What's up, popcorn? But Gorg, it went up before it went down. Yeah, that's why we had calls earlier, man. I have that person and I still can't make money. Sometimes I just say, no way, he's right, and then I lose money. It would be a crime not to complain. At this point, it's just part of the whole deal, right? Well, Brittany can thank JT now for his partner memoir and all the money she's pulling in. The holds list on her book is insane, more than any other title we have. Did she actually write it, or is it like ghost written by someone else? You know, as much as Brittany's been through, and it's been a lot, she's fucking crazy, all right? I think we need to stop normalizing mental illness. She's got some serious fucking problems. Leave Brittany alone. She was under conservatorship for a reason. She probably should still be, but maybe someone who doesn't actively try to steal from her and fuck her over. Almost like those things should be monitored, right? Like maybe the state should
have some part in, uh, assuring that the quality of care is in line. I feel like that would help a lot of really old people too, who get like there's a lot of like elder abuse that comes from situations like that where people just take their money and then don't actually take care of them. So like there should be some sort of thing that monitors that in America. And we don't have that. I think other countries have that. We don't give a shit. Kirk's sub count instantly cut in half. That's fine. Hey man, I need better callouts. Making over 70% on each trade today is not enough. Unsubbing after the next call out. Thanks for everything, man. Honestly, no problem. Adopted by the Dans. It was good knowing you. Oh, just because you're insane doesn't make you a good writer either, right? Alpha Dog was kind of not a bad movie. You mean it was amazing? Yeah, it's okay. You can say it. You mean the IRS? Well, sure. I do guardianship, conservatorship law. I AMA. No one wants to talk to you. Can I claim elder reviews for my SoFi losses because Uncle Bruce recommended it? Put this payment towards Gherk's fund for the rich and lonely and other people who can't normal good. Yeah. Well, it's concerning because one day I'm gonna have to like gift my port to Dork so he takes care of me when I can't, function properly anymore. And I'm hoping Dork takes that seriously, but he probably won't. He'll probably put me in a home and then run off to Hawaii. And it's gone. One of the most insane persons, a former German leader, wrote one of the worst books in history of mankind, including all to be written books in the future. I mean, it was super boring. Worst books of all time. It's up there. I think you're attributing a lot more to the book that's just the person, right? It's not a good book by any stretch of the imagination. It's not the worst book I've ever read. Are you guys talking about my struggle? I think you can just say Mein Kampf. That's the name of it. Everyone knows what book Hitler wrote. He wasn't a good guy, you know? Someone didn't read 50 Shades. I haven't, actually. If you omitted the insanity, it would be a very entertaining 45-page pamphlet. Oh, come on, The Giver is fun. Have you seen the video of the kid who asked for Minecraft for Christmas and his grandpa bought him Mein Kampf instead? Okay, so that sounds fake. That sounds like a fake video. Especially if that whole interaction was filmed by somebody. So glad I sold 8 Zomputs on Friday. 100, 101, 102 strikes. Oh, nice. Nice. Very nice. Probably was, but it was hilarious. It was real French accents. A Child Called It is just about a kid that gets treats under the closet door. Didn't it come out that, like, that kid, like, the kid who wrote that, or the person who wrote that book, like, wasn't actually abused at all? And, like, all of their siblings completely disagree with everything said in the book. There was just, like, a super polarized attention grab. Everybody Poops is a fantastic book. I'm surprised it's never won a Newbery Award, actually. Without I Know My 1-2-3s, I'd still be in 3rd grade. Kimberly Clark propaganda. Win Moon. Wait, are you buying calls right now? Risky. You didn't spell masturbates correctly, Covert Kitten. Does YouTube block the correct spelling of masturbate? Or did you not read the book? I guess we can all agree that the Bible, Torah, and the Muslim one, the Quran, have a high, crazy, not so hot correlation. Most religious texts are pretty fucking insane. One of his hands is busy. This rejection is kind of something. Well, it could be. Do you think it's risky to sell Feb 2 beyond $8 puts? Yeah, that seems like it could be it very well could be carry a degree of risk. Why Feb 2nd? What a strange date to pick. Why do people ever use weekly options except for YOLOs? Because it's roughly 30 DTE. Oh, Jesus. But it's not. Best way to lose money because they're there. I don't even look at those parts of the chain. Like who the fuck gives a flying shit about like Jan 5 calls on stuff? Like they're illiquid, the spreads are terrible. You end up paying more for your premium than you would if you just bought the OPEX one. And then selling them, good luck getting a fill, first of all, because nobody else wants to buy that fucking contract. You can be honest, you big lovable D-Gen. Is this the Santa rally? There was never a Santa rally. The Santa rally was the SPX trading flat for a week. And then dropping at the end of that week. Yeah, but we're in the week of Jan 5. Like, why do people... Here's what I don't get. People will be like, oh, man, I wanna pick up some... Like, they'll, like, get out on the chain on, like, Upstart. And then they'll ask me about, like, you know, like, Feb 9th. It's like, yeah, man, I really want to go long these Feb 9th calls. Why? What the fuck is going through your head when you think this is attractive? Is this just, like, a poor thing, or is it a stupid thing? This is 100 OI. Right? Like, you just go out to the fucking OPEX and you have 2400 OI. It's a it's a fucking dollar difference. I ask myself that every day while watching this stream. Fair enough. Quit kink shaming us. Serious question, just the liquidity? Mostly the liquidity. On the sell side, it's not as bad as the buy side. I can't describe the amount of money lost on GME by people going 1 week out from OPEX instead of 1 month out from OPEX. This has arguably lost more retail traders money than I can count, because if the OPEX fails, you just lose everything versus like 15%. Can you stop telling them these things? I short those contracts. Joshy Boy 86, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. That's what happens to ports 4 through 7. Those extra 30-day out contracts lose more than 15%. No, they don't. Because you can, when nothing happens on Monday, on Tuesday you can sell calls against them. The OPEX settlement occurs after the expiration. This is where everyone gets fucked up on OPEX, like buying OPEX shit, right? Is OPEX, like, so you're encouraged to buy the next Friday in order to capture the settlement period. But the best way to do this is to actually sell the call and buy the call. That way, your theta exposure is minimized by the sold call. But you frequently don't have enough liquidity on the following Friday's expiration to open debit spreads, so you have to do it further out. Yes, you can, Popcorn Trader. You can sell options. Nope. Are 0 DTE puts coming in? It looks like we're going to test your 4733 line again. Well, I didn't draw a line there, but you can imagine one. Only if more puts come in. It's the only way we get a continuation from here. We need more puts. The more puts we get, the more down we go. Amateur options players are like little league players that swing for the fences with every pitch. Yeah, and options trading pros just go for earned run average. Like, what happened in June 22 OPEX when they crushed Vol hard in like 5 minutes? That's a bitch. I can't post anything in RSS. Yuri's a pitcher stat. Leave the sports ball to us poors. Oh, whatever. Fuck yourself. RBA? Is that it? What's the batter one? Pitching's kind of like selling options. RBI, that's it. There you go. I never liked baseball. What a boring fucking sport. Ugh. Boring to watch, fun to play. Yeah, it's more fun to play it than to watch it, but rookie swing for the fences, pro stack up base hits. Tell that to Mark McGuire. He was the first juice caboose. Beyond's still a piece of shit for now. Yeah. But I think approaching good entry opportunities as they overextend their short position. They must be spending a fortune to keep vol down like this, especially with dropping prices. But I guess they don't care unless the 4725, 4700 strikes go in the money. I think they're just trying to roll down their Vega exposure from 4750, which is this is exactly what they fucking did August through October. And that's what I was talking about in my yearly prediction last night is I think we're going to see more of that cycle occur as banks leverage up net interest income and tighten financial conditions and then loosen them really rapidly. Right? All while keeping vol fairly flat. Like there's a part of me that would feel fairly confident selling like a wide spread on vol for the year. If there wasn't the potential for a correction. I absolutely would. Vega plays aren't dead. I mean, Vol can still turn up, but it's not going to go. I don't think it'll go very high, unless we get an actual correction. In which case, I could see Vol moving up to like 30 to 50, maybe higher. Right? Depends on the type of correction we get. But I'm sure at some point this year we'll see a big spike in volatility. And probably around March and the BTFP. I just sold 20 beyond $8 216 puts for monthly OPEX. Why not just wait till we're below $8 to sell them? Then you can sell them in the money and you get all that extra premium. All right, whatever. Buy the fucking pump? No. Bank term funding program. What do you think is the biggest risk to the market this year? Biggest risks to the market this year are yield curve uninversion. So the yield curve normalizes, or the carry trade collapses. Well, those are kind of the same thing. I think the biggest like existential threat to the market would be the yield curve uninverting. I think that would pretty rapidly lead to a recession. Isn't that already happening? No, it's pulling back right now. It's going the other way. Yields are rising right now. Well, as of today. I think we're more likely to be headed for several more like repeated inversions of the yield curve over the course of the year. I think that's a far better approach and a safer approach for the banking system than for them to allow the yield curve to uninvert. So I think we stay higher for longer. We see repeated like contractions. I don't think anyone's gonna let the yield curve uninvert. It was for a little bit there, yeah, but that doesn't count. If they do, it means the Fed's already over tightened, and then we're gonna see like a big increase in unemployment into the end of the year and a big drop in growth. I lied. I haven't turned over a new leaf. The hate still bubbles within. Also, win mod. Your sister said that you hold a grudge. Head and shoulders forming on the SPX 5 minutes. No. What's the deal with these Fed minutes? Your boy needs some hopium without the H. Uh, I'll go over it at the end of the day. I mean, I don't care if you sit through commercials or not. Just watch the recap. I just want to put it in one place so I don't have to say it 500 times. I hate you. I can't stand you. I know. Rims and Tims. Is an inverse head and shoulders formation the same like knees and toes? Possibly. I have premium. I'm not that poor. What level would we have to climb for bulls to get a foothold or turn this back to being bullish? 43? So not quite. Let me look. I think back above 40 and we can end the day between like 40 and 45. But that range is moving down with the price, which isn't really a good sign. Like, that's not bullish, right? It just means that we're likely to see prices continue to creep down into the end of the day. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to snack on. What's almost down 9% today? Wow. Hey, look. SPX is going down even more. I'm eating leftover Pizza Hut buffalo chicken pizza. Sometimes I hate you, man. You know what? Whatever. You live in Nevada. I guess you don't have a choice. Upstart looks awful. I know. You want me to say Nevada? When you break it down phonetically, the second one makes more sense. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. Do you have state statistics on your viewership? No. There's a way to look at like a heat map, but I don't ever do it. I know. I've lived there, dork. Do you think there's a reason I do the things I do? It's like building shit posts into your daily dialogue. Absolutely not. You'd be correct. Actually, I think the last time I looked, most people who watch the stream are on the West Coast. Most people who stay through the stream all day are on Mountain or Pacific time. And then the people who join later in the day are on Eastern time. But I'm East Coast. I'm here all day. I said most. A lot of people in Canada and England. I don't think Denmark was too high. Germany was pretty decent. Ireland too, actually. Most people don't stay all day. There's about 450, 500 people who are here all day. And then there's about 3,500 people a day that kind of filter through. Or it's just the same 500 people refreshing their browser. So, Thunder, are you saying if I want you to stop losing money, I just have to buy a Herman Miller? Not worth it. We never touched 4,800. I know, it's beautiful. Poetic, even. I do have NVIDIA Greeks, Bob. What strike beyond calls are you looking at for Fab? I might be buying March. I don't know if I want Fab. I have some Fab, but I don't know if I want them. Yeah, sure, why not?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Breaking news, stock market on track for worst single day drawdown of 2024. It's okay, these losses are for the new year. Dork, answer me this. How do you feel about XRT back to 57.75? Goddamn hedgy shill fucking fuckity fuck fucks. Wait, who? How do you avoid FOMOing into options in situations like this? Well, I'm going to say partially it helps that I already have a bunch of longer dated puts and put debit spreads. So I already have exposure. That helps a bit. Also, who said I don't have puts right now? Oh, that's right. Beyond doesn't have March options. It's taking a break in March for some unknown reason. I guess April then? I want to wait for Vol to come down more. All about patience. Haha, get fucked, dork. I still haven't bought in. I'm sure you didn't purchase your full position, right? You're such a douche not pumping my shit. That has nothing to do with you, dork. Also, you keep sending me screenshots of it going up like every 5 minutes, like, haha, I got in before you. What it is that I refuse to pay more than Ryan Cohen for the stock. I will have the better entry. We all almost have the same downside target for the week. And I feel like if we're going down this hard today, we're all going to be wrong. If we lose gamma neutral on the monthly, that means we're going to fall below delta neutral on the weekly. That starts to set us up for a pullback to like 40, like 45.50. When a large options position goes in the money, how much will it run above the strike if the options chain does not support it higher than that strike? It depends on buying and the underlying momentum. There's a few factors, but I mean, you know, in a lot of our assessments. Oh, that's weird. Huh. That's today? Or yesterday, or the Friday? Yeah, all the yields spiked into the end of the day on Friday. And then more into market open this morning. Mohammed Jimmy, what's up, man? What about Beyond? Do you think it will pull up after it's done being shorted? They're still shorting it. They probably got a ways to go. They did a bunch of covering, so I think we've got some time. Still on Reg Show, though. MQIV is like 16. Too high for Vega entries on QQQ? No, but getting there. Gek. What is it? I saw what you wrote. Guap? Huh. What a fun day. Look at Top just chilling at $2. Completely unaffected by the market around it. You said my Palantir puts were stupid, but I'm up $30. I don't remember saying Palantir puts were stupid. Maybe it was your entry that was stupid. Apparently the baggies are starting to receive their losses on BBBY starting today. It's going to be a good year. On their taxes, that is. I thought that their DD writers were telling them not to claim it as a loss on their taxes. My paper account is killing it. Turns out all I need to be successful with this is a couple $100,000 Trump bucks. We're going to start a small business. How can you lose what's worth infinity? It was fun, and my port doubled today. Here's half. Thanks 1 second, guy. Congratulations. Have you ever thought about compounding these $2 donations? Like cover bid on what? Oh, we're getting firmly into baratory. We're not there yet, but we're moving towards it. I didn't even know that was possible. It is. Is this just getting started, or are we in for a mega bounce tomorrow because fuck my puts? We could see a bounce tomorrow because data. Jolts and then FOMC. I think the minutes are going to be bearish, and I'll go over why in about 45 minutes. I asked you about Beyond because I bought more than 800 shares by mistake. I guess it's meant to be. Oh, you might have to... What price? That's a lot of shares to buy by mistake and then continue holding instead of selling immediately. We break 4,700 this week, and I will take my shirt. No one cares if you take your shirt off. You can take your shirt off right now. No one would know. And you'd know. Hey, we've all done worse. That's true. At one point, I averaged a BBBY position from 17 down to like 7. At 829? Oh, that's not too bad. That could be a lot worse. Yeah, you're 30 cents a share is not awful. Do you sell any covered calls? Do you know how to sell covered calls? Selling covered calls is a cool thing. Do you expect to bounce into close? Maybe. There should be some resistance support at 25 here. I kind of thought giving you half was enough, but you said I need to compound it. Is this enough? I guess I'll start that you're negative, but you're worth it. Oh, God damn it, Brett. That's not what I meant. Thank you so much. You're doing it wrong, Brett. XRT was a Pickles pick? No. I don't think so. No. He doesn't mean Ripple. I have Ripple too, though. It was also never a Pickles pick. But I own Ripple because I couldn't sell it for a really long time. And now it's up, and people are doing dumb crypto shit, so I don't want to sell it. I got 2 Gherkin cards to start the year. I literally can't lose. Maybe by the end of this year, you'll have 5 ports. I'm assuming my answer is yes, but is it too late to add more Vega options with VIX above 13, or just riskier? Definitely not too late, just riskier. The long term like mean on VIX is 16, right? So a little bit above 16. So, you know, that's really what you're targeting with Vega plays. Obviously that's way more profitable if you're entering them below 13, but 13's not that bad. I'll need XRP to run another 350% and I'll be back in the green. Oh, ouch. So you need like wide scale adoption to happen? That's a pipe dream. I'm sorry to hear that. I want to go short Visa. I'm going to short Visa this year. It's worth too much fucking money. Remember shorting Visa back in 2022? Huh, the profits were so great. Yeah, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to short the fuck out of the American consumer. When are you gonna share your secret Costco DD? I did in the SPX channel, I said, I'm going to short Costco. And then that's exactly what I did. Well, technically, I was already short Costco when I said that, but I shorted it more the next day. Mm-mm. You're not shadow banned, Dave. I see you. Who backs a firm's payments? The faith and credit of those who need to buy groceries, buy now, pay later. Someone really enjoys explaining Visa isn't a credit agency. They're a transaction facilitating company every day. I really do. Gherkin short American lives. I enjoy chaos. And I think our system's broken, and the only way for it to get fixed is if everybody becomes miserable all at once. Equally miserable. Destitute and sad. I'll be fine. I'm gonna buy some treasuries. But, like, other people. Now logged out and back in. Maybe now you'll acknowledge my tempting beyond Feb 16 6p, paying almost 0.5 comment. Probably not deservedly so. Yeah, the puts on Beyond are paying out pretty decent yields. March 245Ps on V are free, basically. Too soon. Too soon. Need the leap P. I need to go leap put Visa 25? Yeah. You will 10x on data tomorrow. How do I tell American consumers targeted ads for Eat Now, Pay Later credit programs? I think Whole Foods is already installing that at their stores. Or Target, Walmart, sorry. Buy now, pay later for groceries. It's amazing. You got it, Nicolaire. Later, man. We're gonna pump for data tomorrow just to fall because FOMC minutes? Probably, yeah. I can see that happening. I don't think we'll get more stimulus checks ever. Although the rich will be more supportive of it next time because they realize all the money goes right back to them. Do you have $8 puts for Friday on Beyond? No. I haven't sold any puts on Beyond. I feel like poker is similar to day trading. There are some similarities. Knowing when to fold them is a big one. FOMC minutes are going to be bearish, but no one will realize it. That's not true. I think the people that care about them will. If Bulls bought some futures here, this could bust. No, it can't. Jeff Yass is a big poker player, so it must help a little. It's probably. I mean, there's a lot of psychological aspects of poker that would make for good day traders. So yeah, they'd have to buy a lot of fucking futures. Yeah. Is Costco a tech company now? Why is its PE 60? Because boomers went crazy. No, I played poker too. I just never got that into it. It's fucking poker's boring. Would you do an analysis of gilts for basically the only person in your chat who's interested in buying them in the next few months? Me. What do you want to know about them? Yields on them went down recently. They'll probably continue to go up. I expect that England's gonna. They're likely to have to raise rates at least one more time. So I don't think the top is in for the gilts yet. You've probably because their inflation is not coming down in line with everyone else's. Go to Anaheim next week for work. Meet me out there and I'll bury the hatchet. Absolutely not. That sounds like a veiled death threat. And in Anaheim, of all places, this is the last place I would ever willingly die. After the stock market, every game is a bit boring in comparison. It's true. How many shares of top is too many shares of top? 1. If you weren't in Costco, would you wait for a confirmation that Costco breaks down under 645 before entering now? That's a silly question. I'm already in Costco. I'm already up. Quite a bit. I'll take that as a yes. I don't know what you asked. You probably want to wait for it to break down below 640. If that's... I think if what you're trying to get at is what I think you're trying to get at. How about we play Call of Duty together, but in real life? Oh, I would definitely win. You sure you want to gamble? That's a big gamble. Costco puts are expensive, but not too expensive. What's your PT and time frame? 500, and I feel like I've got about a year. I took all of my profits from Costco and then just flipped short on it. Don't tell Don Duck. I told him. That's literally why I actually added more to my short position because of him. He convinced me that the best thing I could do was to short it even more. It really talked me into it. I keep getting rushed down in SF6. I play Ken. What do? I don't know. Mash Shoryuken. Backdash. Learn better defense in footsies so you can maintain space. I added more Disney puts because Don Deck. Is this bear flag consolidation? Yes, it is. If you're asking if it's a bear flag, it is. It's kind of a broad one, maybe a little volatile. My footsies are terrible. So in Street Fighter, almost universally, you want to maintain this like space in front of your guy, right? You got your guy here, and you use your pokes to maintain that space. And then what that extra space does is it gives you more time to react if your opponent attempts to close that distance. And if they jump, well, then they're just bad at the game. But good players won't. They'll back and forth with you in this space until they get like a knockdown or something, and then they'll move in to rush down. And you get better at defense and spacing, and you'll get better at it. Burke kind of a decent recovery. Are you done with him for now, or still have credit spreads? I still have exposure. There's a consumer wrestling strategy, Street Fighter, but we're not singing Wrecking Ball. How do I short Burke A? You could short shares of it. What do you think, Dork? Closing closer to 47.35 or 25? The float's not 12. I'm sure someone's lending shares on it. Jan Cost puts, here I come. Oh wait, that's a lot. Or capital. June puts, here I come. Might not be enough time. I'll be careful with June. 47.40? You think so? That much of a bounce? I don't think they have the momentum. June's literally 3 years away. No, 6 months. $47.10, too bearish. I said what I said. Someone needs to buy you a new calendar. Well, I think clowns don't give a fuck about momentum. Plus, I have a 47.35C. Oh, okay, so that's what it is. Why didn't you just tell me the truth? That you're biased. You're letting your zero DTE position bias your analysis. Back to square one. God damn it. My calendar is the sun and the stars, except I can't see the stars because of the light pollution. I think Durik's bias is messed up. If you have puts, you should be bullish. If you have calls, you should be bearish. Wait, what? No. Are you guys still trying to do that noob shit where you inverse yourselves? You're just gonna find out that your inversing of yourself is also incorrect. Did Croissant Man ever respond to Catman calling him out? I don't know. I see you. I see you pointing out things, but those are like, that's like over, right? Why do you have a call, dork? Why did you let me overtrade? I didn't. Cobra Callboy. Work meeting strikes again. Cut my 4730p before wandering off. Bad decision. Anything fun for end of day? It doesn't look like it's going to be a lot of fun. Although Upstart's continuing to tank, which is really awesome for my over-leveraged short position on it. Holy fuck, it's 2024. That's wild. You know what's even more wild? 2014 was a decade ago. Costco seem like consumer non-durables? Or are you just trying to fade the top of the hysteria? Costco not the same as consumer non-durables. Actually, Costco's profits are wildly exposed to how do I put this? Consumer discretionary spending. That's the best way to phrase it. See, as things get cheaper and economic activity becomes suppressed, other people will match Costco's discounts in order to attract away their customers. And then you get people competing for the lowest margin in order to obtain the highest volume. And when that happens, Costco does not do well. Because their pricing isn't actually that good. I graduated high school in 2014. Jesus Christ. Mambo number 5 was released 25 years ago. What else am I gonna buy? 5 pounds of tuxedo cake, bro? So for a lot of the period of high inflation, Costco was actually cheaper than a lot of other like grocery options. And this has seen a significant rise in their membership. This won't always be true, right? And you'll see those memberships get canceled. People will pare down their extra spending, right? And outside of very rural areas, people are going to start to buy and store less food, right? As their income becomes that's not a good way to put it. As their this one's hard for me because I don't have these problems. Not so much pared down. It's just that the time frame of money coming in to money being spent will shorten. So, as economic activity declines and unemployment increases, the length of time a single paycheck lasts also decreases. because you run into a situation where like a lot of 2-income households become 1-income households. It's not that they necessarily go paycheck to paycheck, but like, you know, people aren't gonna buy 50 pounds of like ground beef and put it in their garage freezer, right? Poor people can suck it and life will get harder for them. That's true, yeah. I don't know about the US side, but up here, Costco isn't really cheaper on the dollar per dollar point of view, but rather offers better quality for the same dollar spent. Yeah, that's largely what it is here as well. Some things it is in fact cheaper, but you're buying in bulk. So your discount is simply because you're buying so much of something and not so much that you're getting a good deal on the thing you're buying. They should have that freezer stocked before they shot away their jobs. Wasn't Costco priced at around 15% margins? Generally speaking, they've lowered them as inflation has gone up to try to absorb some of the cost for their members. And what that's led to is obviously more memberships, but they won't be able to do that forever. Also, businesses will slow down, and businesses are a huge, huge part of Costco's revenue. Probably equivalent to their retail sales. Rip Costco combo pizza. It was great times pre-pandemic. Nope, always bad. Bull's trying to push up end of day or closing here at 47.25 for tomorrow's data. They're trying to push up, but that doesn't mean they're going to be successful in pushing up. I think bulls would probably prefer the price. Even the MM would probably like to see the price above, or just, well, maybe like just above 35, but not 40. My AT&T's still on drip. It's gonna stay on drip until probably like 2150. I'll turn drip off above 2150. It's weird because in the tech sector during COVID, it was some of the most lucrative years ever. I think IT and cybersecurity are going to have a rough 2024. If not a rough 2024, a rough 2025. Although IT and cybersecurity themselves they tend to be a little bit more insulated. The bigger loss to them will be a drop in capex, which could take longer. Like I could see capex falling off harder in 2025 than this year. But yeah, like cybersecurity and IT are always needed to some degree. So you need to see um you need to see like spending on the like SaaS and like electronic side to fall off. And then you'd see a drop in cybersecurity and IT. Apple down 4% is pretty wild. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool. Sage Therapeutics? What the fuck is that? Are you trolling me? For sure, but budget's contracting a ton. Putting off initiatives to hold down the fort as is. There'll be some of that. I still think it'll take longer for those two sectors to be affected than more consumer facing side of the economy. That's just a smudge stick? Oh, okay. God, just joining for the day. How nummy do you see downside potential for futures overnight? Futures probably aren't going to do much overnight. If anything, futures will probably climb into the morning. I don't know if futures drop in the overnight session. Dork, this is it. Yeah, they're shorting beyond really hard today. What the fuck do you think? It's down like 10%. I missed the last God Peener. I'm not gonna miss this one. Power 600 seconds. It seems about where we said, right? 43, 47, 37. Yeah. So a little higher. Thanks for the 140, you fucking clowns. Wait, Dork, there's more room. Why did you close it already? What the fuck did you get stopped out on? Oh. Should I toe ring this shit? How's this pump even possible? What do you mean? This is where we said it would probably close. Well, at least where the MM wanted it. Tomorrow morning data bearish? Could be. Volatile more than anything. I don't know how ISM's gonna come in. It's projected to grow, but I think that it might not. So ISM might be kind of bearish, but Jolts, I would say, is pretty unpredictable. It's probably going to be bullish, but that's bad for the bulls. Come on. So close. I'm targeting these 35-cent fucking contracts, Dork. Sorry for being a bit out of the loop. What's your stance on Beyond? Beyond's being shorted right now, so it's in the down part of the cycle. They're running out of liquidity pretty quickly, but they're also shorting it very hard. It'll probably start to find a floor soon, but then they're gonna grind down volatility over the next probably couple weeks. Ah, you fuckers. Bitch tits. Can you cover Palantir? What do you want to know about it? I would imagine it looks like shit. It's probably getting vol shorted. I have sold calls on it at $13.50. Hopefully I get assigned. And then I can buy it back at $6 again. I bought one DTE 12 minutes ago for bullish data tomorrow. Sold now for 40%. Such is life. Short-term technicals? I don't really know if you have much going on here from a technical standpoint. At least not on the weekly. On the daily, a breakdown of a head and shoulders with the neckline at about 1350. If it breaks 1350 to the downside, that's quite bearish. Really 1368. But I would say that probably a breakdown of 16 and then followed by a test at 1350. You're cut from that last minute info. Should have held my 4735C, but I'll take 500% profit. 30 to 180. Nice. Well done, Castellosaurus. You know what I'm stoked about? Those fucking condors I sold earlier. Still fine. Perfect, Dork. Perfect condors. Day in the pre-market. Jolts, what else? We have FOMC minutes tomorrow, which I'm going to go over in a minute here, why they could be very bearish. We weren't even going to go to 47.35. It was just buying, excessive buying of the 47.35 call drove the market maker to hedge back to the upside. We're the market manipulator now. Look at us, Kenny. No, I'm just kidding. The market maker was going there anyway. I was up 100% on my 3 DTE put straddle. Now it's flipped. All right. Well, you know, up is up. Who cares what direction? GDI, I called 4740 close and I got skittish on the way up. 7.4 billion buy side MOC responsible for this. Okay. Well, part of it. Although market on close can settle without any price action. I wouldn't say that buy or sell side imbalances are actually, they're generally not realized during market hours and are usually realized on the candle following in futures. But sometimes they're realized ahead of time. Below 50, Gork, are you straddled? I am. Unfortunately, I'm straddled at 47.25. But I have a little bit more time on the puts. I definitely should have toe ringed those. Yeah, above 40 is kind of nuts. But I'm assuming it kind of calms down right here. Also, there's only 30 seconds left, so. That's day? You can make far more over a month. Is half a day's price action undone in minutes a sign of an efficient market? Actually, yes. Ding ding, the day is done. Okay, so I wanted to talk kind of briefly about the FOMC minutes tomorrow. So we already know the Fed's decision, right, and the outcome of that decision. And obviously it was the last FOMC meeting was a big part of what continued to drive, you know, the sold call squeeze higher in December. But there's a caveat to that, and that's that the voting members of the Fed that voted on rate cuts largely are being shuffled off of the voting board into this year, and being replaced by, I believe, Daly, Barkin, Mester, and Bostic, all 4 of whom have come out and pretty openly contested rate cuts in the early half of 2024. So since they are all going to be voting members this year, that means that the dovish members on the Fed board are going to be replaced. And that is going to skew the potential for outcomes in the Fed's dot plot. And so, depending on how they voted going into tomorrow's FOMC minutes, we could end up with a really bearish outcome from those projections. Now, these were the voting members that drove our price action in 2022, right? Cycling back in. FOMC minutes is at 2 p.m. tomorrow, always. Everything from the Fed, 2 p.m., right? Except the presser, which is at like 2:30. And there's no presser tomorrow, it's just the minutes. So yeah, a bunch of the doves are shuffling off of the committee, and the 4 new voting members are all quite hawkish. And you know, right now the market's pricing in 6 rate cuts. It's very likely we come out of the meeting tomorrow with the market being forced to price in closer to the Fed's 3. So let's say like 4-3 rate cuts. I can see us holding 4 rate cuts into the actual FOMC meeting that's coming up in Jan. And then, you know, moving to 3 if guidance continues to be hawkish. But the market will simply ignore it. They may not. I think things are broadly turning bearish anyway. I mean, we've got yields starting to move back up. They're leaning back into the carry trade. I think the market might pay more attention to it than they would otherwise. Also, we have jolts tomorrow, which is important. Obviously, bulls want to see moderate gains in job growth and or a decline. So weakness in the labor market to indicate that the Fed is indeed done hiking. A strong print for jolts, more job openings means a continued strength in the labor market. And that's, while bullish for the economy, it's bearish for the idea that rates will be cut anytime soon. The market has 6 rate cuts priced in for the first quarter. No, they have 6 rate cuts priced in for the entirety of the year. They really should have kept their foot on the rate hike pedal back in August. Yeah, but that's if you assume that the goal here was to solve inflation and not simply suppress inflation. And while I don't like to think that the Fed is politically motivated, if they were, then you wouldn't want to solve inflation until after the election, right? Yeah, dual mandate and all that. But they've leaned harder into the labor side of the dual mandate, right? Maximizing employment rather than in the price stability side of that dual mandate. And you know, that's what propagates soft landings, but soft landings almost always guarantee a recession and an additional increase in inflation down the line. I think Jeffries may have been onto something with what? Oh, with the that whole thing. Yeah, that was kind of crazy though. Anyway, we had a nice test of the bottom of our bear range today, and look how remarkably my little lines stood up to that test. And you know, a bounce and move higher, but you know, still within the range to see a continued breakdown. I wouldn't say that technically we formed any kind of bullish pattern here. If anything, you know, we're seeing an additional like broadening wedge. You know, this really just implies that there's increased volatility. It's not, I wouldn't say it's really, it probably leans a little more bearish than bullish, but it's not indicative of bearishness. A continued failure to break the 4,800 level though is, and you know, as the days go by, gamma neutral on the monthly contract is going to move closer to spot as well, and that puts us in a range where more and more bearish price action can see bigger and bigger continuations. So you know, if we're not already in the beginning of a breakdown, we're getting very close to it. So we'll keep our eye on those levels, but tomorrow's data should have a pretty big impact, I think, over the rest of the week. I mean, we have non-farm payrolls and stuff on Friday. And obviously those are very important as well, but for now I think we're okay. Yeah, I think that's about it for that. Broad commodities down a little bit today. China not doing well. Their Kaixing manufacturing report, not so hot. Definitely not what people are expecting. Flat instead of up. Yields up quite a bit today. From the 2% on the 5-year all the way out to 1.61 on the 30. So we're starting to see the back end of the yield curve pick back up again. Correlation still hasn't turned around very much. Lots of vol shorting. So we're not really seeing any easing in that index vol shorting. But we are starting to see the 3-month kind of come around. And you can see that here with 3-month vol still running a bit hotter than like VIX cash, or spot VIX. We have, and this is even more obvious here, where we have a very sharp upturn in the yield of volatility, which is moving much closer to positive as we see the Japanese USD JPY carry trade start to turn around. I think this is going to get leaned on more and more as we approach March and the BTFP decision, because I think banks want to use this period of time where rates are definitively not being cut in order to leverage up the carry trade and lend as much as feasibly possible in order to improve net interest income. Right? So you're probably going to start to see a lot of like low down payment, lower interest, and deferred payment incentives on loans. And possibly better credit card deals over the next few months. Why? Because they want to loan as much as possible. So you're going to see like low down payment mortgages. You're going to see low interest offers on vehicles and vehicle financing. You'll see deferred payment offers on vehicles, vehicle financing, and durable goods financing. So keep an eye on that, especially if they lean harder into the carry trade again. Poors are always interested. That's the great thing about them. They'll keep doing the same stupid shit no matter what. No problem. No update on move yet. Skew kind of turning up a bit today. Leaned real hard. Holy shit. What is that? Is that 26.27%? Almost the largest volatility short in history. Since the week before April of 2010. What the fuck happened after that? Oh, that was like the double dip in the big recession. So the lowest vol, the largest vol short in history, greater than Volmageddon since there. And that was followed by about a 17% drawdown in the SPX over, like 8 weeks. That's interesting. That's maybe a big deal. Still 83.1% of the SPX above its 20-day moving average. So still not a lot of damage dealt. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. Later.